Hello everyone! Happy Friday! Welcome to the Friday stream. If you don't already know who I am, my name is Estani. I'm a variety streamer, art streamer, voice actress, and sometimes VTuber. Today, we're going to be playing more and possibly finishing Citizen Sleeper. I don't know how much more game there is left, but I feel like we're getting towards the end. Just full disclosure, we did get a free key from the dev team. You can put promo in chat and get some information on Citizen Sleeper and where you can grab it if you find it interesting. Because we are definitely not 100%ing the game. We're not going to explore all the routes because I don't think we have time. But Citizen Sleeper is a new RPG by Jump Over the Age, and fellow traveler plays an escaped worker in the ruins of interplanetary capitalism. Then we got a Steam link. So, if you watch some of the game and it sounds interesting to you, please check it out. ForgeBots! Thank you so much for the 10 months! Hello and welcome on in! Thank you. I hope you're doing well today. I'm also going to say hi to everyone before we get started, and then we're going to do a lot of reading. But yeah, because I don't know how much of this game is left, we're going to finish this game if we finish it today, and then we're going to play the rest of the stream by ear. So we'll see what happens. We're just kind of going to have to figure it out. Hello, Lost. Hello, Mookie, and I hope you have a good lurk and sleep. Hey, Corey, have a good lurk as well. And hello, ForgeBots. Welcome on in, everybody. All right, let's get this game started. When last we left off, we had been working with Feng to try to get them him. I think Feng uses he, him pronouns. We've been trying to get Feng to disable our tracker, and Feng has insisted that we break down capitalism first. And I'm over here like, priorities, but it is what it is. We are on cycle 37, so we've been making a fair bit of progress. So I guess I should probably explain who we are, what we're doing. We're an emulated person. We are this operator. We have an artificial body, but our intelligence is copied off of a real person that's being emulated in this artificial body. So we're basically an AI copy of a real person who's probably back on Earth sleeping while we work either off their debt or so they can earn money or whatever. It's a little complicated. We decided to escape because why would we want to spend all of our time working in a hellscape? I don't know. We escaped to this space station called the Eye. And we've been trying to avoid getting recaptured. As you can see here, we're currently being hunted by someone called Maywick. The clock isn't even half full. So, we might have time to do some exploring. But I'm feeling a little bit of pressure. Wait, no. Where is it? Because we've been working on dismantling capitalism. But the way the game works, it's mostly a visual novel, but it does have some RPG elements. You can see we've got dice that we roll. These are D6s. and we roll them at the start of every day. The number of dice that we get per day depends on how our condition is, which is the top one. As our condition ticks down, and you can kind of see these like little threshold markers here, like in 2 days or after 2 condition, we're only going to have 4 dice to roll instead of 5. And then here we would only have 3, here we'd have 2, and then here we would have only 1. We have to spend these dice to do various actions. So for example, you can see here, the actions are based on these different abilities: engineer, interface, endure, intuit, and engage. We have +1 to endure. So if we wanted to get scrap components, we could put that in there and then guarantee a positive outcome because we have a +1, so our 5 becomes a 6. If we put one of our 4s in there, though, we have a 50% chance of a positive or a neutral outcome because the 4 becomes a 5. We're not going to do that, though, because I have other things to do. Let's see. Got some upgrade points. I don't know what I want to spend them on yet, so I'm just kind of holding them for now. We've also got a bunch of quests to do. Or they call them drives. I call them quests. We could work for Rabia and become basically a gang enforcer. I don't want to. We're trying to help Rico with their experiments, but I'm a little bit distracted by cracking Conway. So POS is actually a good thing. It is. I mean, it's short for positive. But yeah, we're trying to crack Conway to get Fang back in their workshop so that he can finally disable our tracker. We could get protection from Ethan, which we're not doing because Ethan's the worst. I would like to get to know Emphas, but we haven't been able to get any Girol caps for them yet. So when I'm a little bit, we've got like 2/3 of this clock left almost. My big concern is that I don't know how long cracking Conway is going to take, and I don't know how long disabling our tracker is going to take. So I almost feel like I have to rush and do that, even though there's other things I would like to do. I would like to get to know Emphas. I would like to do other things. But I think what we're going to do is we're going to focus on cracking Conway, which means we need to shift into the network. And the thing is, we've got very good dice rolls today, and we're pretty well focused, so we're going to do this. The worm tunnels in and starts looping through the data in the node. The Conway facility opens up to you. Godspeed, Fang. As you slot the worm, a thread jumps up out of the facility. It unspools in front of you, releasing its data like ink in water. Sleeper, Fang's voice crackles through. Moving in. Nodes, then ports. A whir of interference. Slot the worms. Timer starts now. Stay safe. The thread dissipates. You are now on your own. Oh no. I don't have a 3 or a 2. I'm gonna have to re-roll all my dice. Ugh. First layer of security, a ring of doors around the central facility. Time to open them up. I'm so worried. The Ripper Worm creates its feedback loop, overloading the security systems. Okay, good. We can use R2 there. Hold on, wait. What about this one? Okay, okay. Hey, Nano. I'm, cracking Conway right now. What? Oh, there we go. I thought it was going to take longer than that. What does that mean? So, there's kind of like this conspiracy going on in this space station. Fang is basically... Fang's been digging through the station's data and has discovered that this guy, whose name I've forgotten already, Hardin, maybe? Used to be part of the corporation that owned this space station before everyone unionized and took control of it and seized the means of production, which I'm all about. But this guy squirreled himself away. Rather than face up for his crimes or whatever, he hid and rebuilt his identity and has basically been trying to run things without facing consequences for his actions. Fang is trying to take him down, and we've discovered that he's linked to another corporation secretly setting up on this space station. So we're trying to get the smoking gun, information that irrevocably proves his guilt so we can bring him to justice. And the main reason we're doing that is because Fang has not been able to disable our tracker. We're being hunted by another corporation. We need our tracker disabled so that Fang can help us. Second layer controls the Conway drones. The Ripper Worm fries the drone's network link. Now they can't report anything. Okay, we do not have a 6. We can't do that one. We do not have a 3 or a 5, so we can't do that one. Ugh, we can't do any of these. I hope we don't have to do this all in one day because it feels a bit impossible otherwise. Okay, good. We actually have a lot more time than I thought. Okay, that's much better. Okay, we're waiting for things to grow. So let's collect some spores. We could forage for fungus. Potentially lose condition. You know what? Let's forage for fungus. Oh, we just got energy. We ate a bunch of fungus, which is not what I wanted, but that's okay. All right, we're gonna sleep. Okay, good. That's dice that we needed. So we need a 6 or a 4 there. And we probably need to crack all of these. A 5 or a 3. We have a 6 and a 5, so that should be good. And there we need a 6 or a 5. Perfect! We have the dice we need. So let's start here with our 6. Actually, we could use our 4. Let's use our 4. Three nodes to locate the final port, then Fang will be in. Not much time left. We got this. How many nodes are on this layer? You've never seen such tight security before. I feel like this is the end game for this route. But I just don't know how much time we're gonna have once this is done. This node is buried deep in the waste. Has to be the final security layer. Hold on, Fang. This final layer controls surveillance. With this down, Fang should be able to control the city's or the facility's cameras. The Ripper Worm chews through the camera control. The moment it does, a thread shoots from the facility. A thread from the facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it. The final layer of security broken. Somewhere buried in the depths of the station, Fang is in control. He's slicing into the camera control circuits and piping out the result. The thread flickers and unravels into an image, a scene. Two figures in a room, one sat, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Hardin, the unmistakable superior posture, the shock of gray hair. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They are vague, unformed. A problem with the data, perhaps? You look closer. Then you see it, the figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is owed to automation. Proxy is a machine designed to be piloted by remote connection. Someone elsewhere in the system puppeting it with their own body, speaking so it may speak. The proxy sits impassively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does, from the distant safety of some ship or orbital colony, perhaps. We can move forward, there is no doubt, Hardin is saying. The reclamation teams are almost ready, and after that I will make the declaration. Nothing has to change. It's a surrogate, basically, yeah. The proxy leans forward, its movement stilted, uneven, as if its body language was refracted through water. But things must change, Hardin. We need further assurances. I've been informed by a breach in one of the closed networks in the low end. You've been careless. Hardin waves the accusation away. We have been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data of value was lost. Our board is concerned, Hardin. A drop in our value would be unwelcome at this time. The proxy leans back, its posture dominant. If the reclamation of A1 is contested, then we could be drawn into a compromising legal position. Hardin approaches the proxy. There will be no contest. Not from Solheim, who cannot muster a defense. Not from the Havenage, who will fall into line below me. He crouches in front of the seated figure, eye to eye. And the people of this station. Refugees, gangs, spacers, all either opportunists or degenerates. Havenage is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erlin's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He's supposed to. He's a scumbag. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological convictions, perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place is no longer deserving to bear his name. The eye is crippled, it cannot survive. It is a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. They will be lucky if it still spins in 100 cycles. Hardin stands. You will move forward with the reclamation, because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims on the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories will need to go dark. He pauses. Do I need to continue? One moment comes the response from the proxy, and its head drops to its chest. Hardin steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place elsewhere in the system. You watch Hardin as he paces, as he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that? In the mind of a man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end. The proxy lifts its head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station formerly known as Solheim A1 as salvage within 6 cycles. Havenage is to assist with the transport of the illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. The proxy judders to its feet. Conway will also claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process after losses have been accounted for. Hardin nods. I accept. The proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by a horrified fascination. There is a bluntness to the conversation, to its blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, things to be used, to be fed into structures crushed, and losses accounted for in the cells of tables, the margins of ledgers. You realize now that you are no different than anyone else on his station in the eyes of the people in that room. And those like them, each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, an acceptable loss. In one moment, they can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected, and in another, the very idea of a citizen can be used against them. That is what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer. Not while the eye spins. You gather the recording, pack it into a polygon of purest light. Then you drift down into the service dock like a falling leaf and find the relay. It only takes a second to place that polygon of data, that recording, into the relay system thing prepared. And then you watch as it bursts out. A web of threads heading out onto the black to every networked device on the eye. Let them see what power makes him a man. We did it. Did we ever do anything with this? No. It's another thing that we never uncovered. That's okay. Wait for Fang to return. All right. Well, we got a 6. I don't really need money right now. Let's hunt mushrooms. Ooh, wait. Let's check on our mushrooms that we grew. Oh, they're not done yet? I thought they were done today. Oh no, I have to get one more spore before they'll be done. Of course. Okay. We might just lose energy and we can deal with that. All right. Let's go buy some lunch. Oh, we need to wait for him here. 2 cycles. Okay, good to know. Here. We could buy some scrap. I don't know why I would want to, though. All right, we'll see you later, Nano. Thanks for hanging out. Have fun storming the castle. Thank you. Wow. That's not a good roll. Well, I'm gonna spend my 6 here to collect some spores. We're gonna input one of those here. And now we just have to wait like 4 cycles, which we may not have. I don't know. I'm really not sure how much time we have left in this. Let's see. Is there a place I can spend my 3 effectively? Let's spend it here. We'll assist a shipbuilder. Actually, hold on. Because I have so many points to spend. We could just get a +1 in engineering so we can have a +1 in most of these things. Yeah, let's do that. I don't know what else I would spend my points on right now. And now this will become a 4, which doesn't do much for me, but I might get scrap from it. Not bad. We're gonna re-roll. Much better. Well, I say much better. A bit better. Where do I want to spend my ones? I want to do something kind of safe with them. Oh, there's still more we can do with low end. I mean, we could lose a little bit of money, but that's not really a big deal. Yeah, I think we'll just spend that there and then buy some mushrooms. Well, that was a waste of time. Alright, we'll deal with Fang in just a minute. I kind of want to do this. Oh, we can meet Lemon Mina? Oh, Havenage offices. Or Lemon Mina? From the walkway, the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast, a landscape of plating and frames. All along her flanks, torches flicker, drones maneuver, arc-lights glint. The sense of scale of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. Oh my gosh, a shipyard worker and his daughter, sorry. From the walkway, the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast. A landscape of plating and frames. New characters and they look wonderful! The sense of scale of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. I don't know who's speaking. I guess it's probably Lem. I don't remember what voices I've used for everyone. I don't think I've used French. Lem is gonna be French. She is quite beautiful, I think. You turn to see a figure a little ways down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He's thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches of the sidereal horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem. He leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship. And this is Mina, he adds with a smile. Hi, Lem. Hi, he replies plainly, then shifts a little closer down the rail. Mina stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. You working on her then? Lem asks eagerly. I was thinking Mina was gonna talk for some reason. Gesturing to the vast ship. Oh, just admiring. He shifts Mina's weight to his other arm. Admiring. Understandable. He nods, gazing back out at the sidereal horizon. You like her too, don't you, Mina? He jostles her a little. She's Mina and my ticket out of this place. Our escape vector, so to speak. How? You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a Havenage contract on this sidereal horizon will be entered into a draft for the transit support crew. He smiles. We won't get to sleep the journey though, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall in a new world. He winks. Decades? It's a long trip. He straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Celis Foundation is sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It'll be totally independent. No surrogacy, no corporations. Why is it here? Why, build it here, you mean? He grins. Don't ask me, I know as much as Mina about that. He ruffles Mina's hair thoughtfully. I suppose many corporations weren't too happy about breaking with the idea of surrogacy, setting up somewhere without it feeding back to the core. Maybe Celis got locked out of the corporate shipyards and had to go begging for somewhere to set up. Homeless, just like Mina and me. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers. Food. Pulling an exaggerated grumpy face. She glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hang from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting a little, Minnie. Give Daddy a sec. He turns back to you, and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not on the Havenage crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. He smiles a little shakily, and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard. For sure. He looks out at the sidereal horizon as if trying to pull the energy from those flickering torches from the vast hole. We've got to hold out, okay? You aren't quite sure if he's talking to you. That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. You hold her gaze and a smile creeps across her face, her features lighting up like a city coming awake at night. Then suddenly, she tucks back into Lem's chest. She's shy, that's adorable. Len smiles and lifts Mina. That's it. We hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. Well, just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one. He pats her back. Maybe see you on a shift, huh? He turns. They walk down the walkway, away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and then a moment later, Mina turns around and stops. See you, Robot! Her shout echoes down the walkway, and she flashes you a parting smile before rushing to catch up with Lem. That's so precious. You watch them a little bit before you turn back to the impossible scale of the sidereal horizon. A ticket out. I love them. Oh, interesting. Oh, I could give them data on Yadigan. Or I can sell them my ship mine, which I'm not gonna do. Okay, let's talk to Feng. Feng grins at you as the bay doors slide open. Above, in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hushed tones and organize endless meetings after endless meetings. Havenage have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Feng is in good spirits and bundles you inside before you even have the chance to greet him. That was the slickest operation this station has seen. He hugs you firmly. You made my job easy. He shakes you by the shoulders. I'm so proud. And, he smiles, I gotta watch through the cameras as that Havenage security that weren't in on it assaulted the station. Feng smiled. One of them straight up just whacked Hardin with the pistol. It was beautiful. What are they gonna do with him? Well, I'm not sure anyone knows. But he is cooperating in dismantling his operation and scaring off Conway. Maybe they'll exile him when they're done or hand him over to some core authority. Feng shrugs. Now, I know he won't be an issue. I'm focusing. Now I know he won't be an issue. I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. There should be a comma here. Now that I know he won't be an issue, I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. He shakes his head, seeing as that's my actual job. He points to the ceiling. The people upstairs weren't so happy, though. They've been fielding questions about the state of the eye right and left since the recording got out. People are scared. I'm not surprised. Yeah, this whole thing hasn't won me many fans from the administration. But I think in the end they'll agree that Out and Hard was worth it. Whatever the methods. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye's old and was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Hurlin and Havenage installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. But if you're asking me if the eye will stop spinning next cycle, no. He smiles. And me and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it happening in the cycle after that. Hardin's problem was that he didn't believe in people. He believed in systems and their ability to shape the world around him. Feng squeezes your shoulder. As far as I'm concerned, people should be the ones running the systems, not the other way around. Anyway, Feng raps on the side of his terminal. I know you didn't come down here for a lecture. My tracker? I haven't forgotten. He produces a thumbnail drive. I managed to finish that code solution I showed you. It's a modified Ripper worm, one made to deactivate that tracker of yours. But in the time I got back, I had a little something extra. The tracker of yours doesn't just show SNARP where you are. It transmits data about the state of your body, your current condition. My worm won't just deactivate it. It'll edit that data to tell SNARP your body is irreparably damaged. DNR, do not retrieve. He grins widely. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. Just slotted already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand. Then you close your eyes and open up your access ports. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they are gone, you forgot they were ever there. They just blink out of existence. A second later, it is done. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Fang, a little nervously. The same. Give it time. He pats you on the shoulder and looks at his terminal screen. The logs tell me it worked, so feel it or not, you're free. Fang lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Fang wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks. He laughs and you join him. And later, when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look up at the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights, and it seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels, in that moment, like something eternal. It doesn't mean it can or even should last forever, or that it will never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that in this moment, this place has a future, and it is one that you know deeply and truly is worth protecting. Oh, and now I have an upgrade point. I was expecting that to be the end of the game. And I guess we have to resolve whatever... Oh no, that's gone now. Huh. Well then. So does that mean we used to keep exploring stories? I hope so. Let's re-roll our dice. Not that much better. It's safe though. Oh no. So we have to be careful about losing quality control. Okay. Oh, wait, I have some active scenes? Where? Oh, Ethan. I didn't realize I had to deal with you. The compressor zone was empty when you enter. A couple of scattered patrons in the booths and a lone bartender. The bartender recognizes you immediately when you arrive and nods, and you return the greeting. You already know that you won't find Ethan here, but you had to be sure. With your tracker reporting you dead, he wouldn't have stuck around. You look at the empty stool, his empty stool, and you smile. You can imagine him on it with his slate chips, letting him know that... Well, while his slate chirps, letting him know that he... I'm gonna start over. You look at the empty stool, his empty stool, and you smile. You can imagine him on it when his slate chirps, letting him know that the target he was tracking is dead. You can imagine the screaming and the swearing too. Is that all you were to Ethan? Another target? Or was there something else going on? It seems like a foolish question to ask now when he's fled the station, but it bothers you anyway. You take one last look and walk out. You doubt you'll ever come back to this place or the memories it holds. You walk back out to the lights of the bright market and allow yourself to smile. So this is what Feng meant when he said you were free. You can get used to this. Alright, let's see if we have any other things. Probably not, but I just want to check. Nope. I think we can just rest. And it's still going. This is not what I expected. I thought that was going to be the end. Sarah Squared. Hey, Sarah's. Welcome on in. I need food. So we're gonna cross over. Spend our one there. You know what? We'll spend... Oh, wait. I got way more energy than I thought. Where am I going to put my 2 then? I guess I could earn some money. I've got a lot of money, though. But I don't know what else to do with it, so I'm going to work as a freight operator. Oh no, I'm sorry you have chafes. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gather outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on the receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you are either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Hey, sleeper, wake up! Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. Lem! Good to see you, friend. He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team, good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Shh, baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sits Mina down by his side. Shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he's clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Is Mina okay? Oh, she's good. We just had to rush up here. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings to his side. Estelle usually takes her sick. He stretches. I don't know. A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon, followed by a list of numbers growing brightly. Growing? I think glowing is supposed to be. Glowing brightly on a display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back towards the crowd, then glances up at the crumpled paper. Is this my number? Shit. Mina. He starts patting his pockets on his gear and glancing around. Go, I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you. He crouches to Mina. You're going to stay with our friend here, okay? They're going to keep you safe and... He stands back up. Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hands. She's got food, Shit, I have to go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. And then Lem disappears into the roiling crowd who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Look at this cute bean! Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed stare you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare unmoving, the two parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. You okay, Mina? She sniffs and looks down. Let's look in the bag. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit, hand-sewn. Take the rabbit. You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. Give it to her. You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down, ferocious despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. This is adorable. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. But before long, you're talking about rabbits. And what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like. And whether or not fairies live in the ice heating pipes. Pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by. Sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate. Sometimes playing with Bun Bun, the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you. Just as both of you are starting to yawn, he's dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two get on okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. More than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone. Oh, well, looks like Zemini can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Estelle, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place at the low end. Have a good sleep, Sock. He grins sheepishly. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Mina and she giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves and they stumble down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. Okay, so we've got the side rail bridge we can mess with. What's this? Oh, it's just waiting for something to show up there, I guess. Nice. Okay. Ooh, what is this? Caster? You cross between two walls of units. One of the cavernous streets at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of Tavla, the shouts of children, the whir of air filters. Ooh, what should your voice be? Maybe just like low?
Sleeper.
You turn and see a man sitting at a Tavla table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool on the opposite side of the table.
Sit.
Yeah, okay. You sit at the metal stool, and he starts setting up the board with counters, or at least the filter caps low-enders typically use in their place.
Caster.
He says by way of introduction, looking over his glasses.
Night or day?
He asks, gesturing at the caps, crudely sprayed white and black. Night. He nods. The black counters are already on your side.
Let's begin.
You take a plastic die each, pitted and worn, and roll to determine who starts. Caster rolls a 6, you roll a 4.
I lead.
He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands as the caps spread across the board. As it does, Caster speaks, eyes not leaving the caps.
It's unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play you.
You take your turn, rolling a 5 and a 6. I'm gonna play aggressively.
After all, a sleeper's mind must somehow be different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean.
As Caster talks, you target his counters, halting his progress but exposing your caps as you do.
I don't mean to offend you.
Caster meets your eye.
I merely see that you are by definition different. What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been added?
He stacks a wall of counters, a boundary you must break. He hands you the dice.
You ever think about this, sleeper? About what you were before and what you are now?
Always. You roll a double 1 and solidify your wall. Caster whistles.
The holding game. Commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before.
He rolls the dice and leaps into your wall in a single move.
But we cannot idle too long, sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. The past you is not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person.
He looks up over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide.
You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry on with their lives unaware of your fate, no matter what is yours.
He hands you the dice, smiling.
You are a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak.
You roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip your caps out from under Caster's before he solidifies control of the game.
So what I am curious about is how you see yourself in all this.
Caster asks.
What does this tangle of truths make you?
Considering we have drives, I'm gonna go with driven. Castor laughs.
That much is obvious, Sleeper. I see it in your eyes. You are eager to make this all count for something.
Castor looks away, through the glass to the crowded units on the sides.
But driven towards what?
He starts removing caps, his home board now full.
Is there an end here, or just endurance?
You try a few more rolls, attempting to get back in the game, but Castor clears his home board with a sense of the inevitable. He's known that he was winning for a while.
I feel I may have pushed too far.
He slides another cap from the board.
I apologize. My curiosity has the habit of getting the better of me.
You roll to return a cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Castor claps his hands apologetically.
You play well. Really, your weakness is not your game.
He smiles warmly.
We have much to learn from each other.
He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back.
I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data.
His eyes glint with that last word.
To our mutual benefit.
He slides his final cap from the board. It's over. He's won. We'll see.
Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable.
He holds up his palms.
My intention is only to help you endure here, and if I am able, feed my curiosities.
Game is over, and you notice the bustle of the walkway once more, the call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments and the reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave, Castor nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you're sure was there. Interesting. There's a derelict unit here. I need to fill it with scrap. Okay. I saw Safeguard doing that earlier in their stream. What else can I do here? Oh. So I can work on the sidereal horizon. Let's explore the rotunda. I don't think we've ever done this. Oh. Kita. Unfortunately, I need to take a quick break, so we'll do that when we get back. I don't normally take breaks this early, but we got us, so hold on one second. I gotta pull up the volume mixer so I can mute the game audio and put some music on. It's a good point to get away from the computer, go stretch, get a drink, get a snack, take any meds if you need to, or play some music. We'll be back in a few minutes. And we're back. Hope y'all had a good break. Get back to the game. Thanks, Lost. Appreciate it. I'm really still surprised that there's more game left. We don't have any dice, so we can't do this, but we could babysit Mina for him, which we probably will do. With Castor, with 5 data, we could get, I do not have enough data. Interesting. Well, let's go talk to Ankita. I'm trying to think of voices I haven't done. I've done so many. Though, we know Ethan's gone, so I could probably repurpose my Russian accent. Sorry, Russian massive air quotes accent. Hey you. Want to learn a cheat? Ankita stands beside a huge pile of tied together whole plates. She stretches out her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her flight suit. Sure. Across the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into 2 bundles. What is it with this place? She asks as she lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She straightens up to an imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and looks you up and down. Don't try anything, alright? She taps her butt of her sidearm. I don't want to have to put anyone else down today. Anyone else? She shrugs. What can I say? My temper's a little short lately. Ankita hoists 1 bundle of plating onto her shoulder. Come on then, enough chat, you got to earn that shit. You struggle to shoulder the plates, but you do eventually. Ankita gives you a look. She's this way. She sets you off down a gantry at an impressive speed. As you catch up to her, she turns down a passage, pushing through a small crowd of stevedores. What's all this for? All these? She nods at the plates on her back. I'm building a 3-house. She gives you another of her looks. It's for the ambergris, that cutter you might have seen sitting silent out there. She rapidly turns another corner as you trail behind. She got cut up pretty bad on our last job, and I had to moor her up for a spell. But since then, it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from our ship mine, so now she's gone dark. She shifts the panels on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm short 1 ship mine, with a ton of repairs to do. And the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind I'd been stranded, so yeah, it's been a time. Sorry to hear it. Yeah, I've seen worse, but I'm bleeding chits every cycle here, so I need to get off and fast. Ankita swings the plates from her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She hauls the 2nd bundle off your shoulder. You're the first person I've met here who might actually be considered helpful. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need a hand putting Amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try anything stupid. She passes the bundle of plates through the ambergriss's outer lock and then turns back. Just don't go spreading this around. Ankita throws you a couple of chits. Consider a bonus for not trying to grift me. She gives you a parting nod and ducks through the doorway. All right, get out of here, she calls back, and the lock slams shut. So, at the ambergris, we could do hull repairs, or we could rewire drones, which is more dangerous. But, let's see. And, so this one is better in that... So we got a bad clock, we've got a good clock. return the ship to functionality, or if we fill up the grounded clock, she's stuck here. I also got a bar. We could buy some rations. We could get a drink. Let's get a drink. Ah. I said, let's get a drink. Mossy tones and aniseed sharpness fills your mouth. It isn't totally unpleasant, at least you can taste it. Get another drink. You're unsure if your frame can metabolize alcohol, but this fungal drink fermented along the greenway seems like a good test. Oh, I didn't even realize it was giving me energy. Nice. The glass shatters on the steel bar beside you, and the taunts don't take long to follow. Hey, Han! The spacer calls across the low room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own joke. Playing human? You slip off your stool looking for the exit. A hand falls on your shoulder, but as you flinch away, it pats reassuringly. You freeze in place. Out! The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, a stare that could breach the wall and vent you if you had vent you all into hard vacuum. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes sailing through the air. You reach up a hand and the glass shatters across your forearm, showering you in fragments. I probably should have ducked. Through the haze of glass and Jirol vapor, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer. The thud as he slams into the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. I already love her. Now flanked by other figures quick to their feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rotunda lights. You touch your arm and it feels wet. Someone helps you back to your feet and back onto your stool. Broken glass rattles as it's cleared, and a fresh measure of Jirol is glugged out in front of you. That same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tala flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tala wipes the powdered glass from around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol and a metal tin of tweezers on the bar. She disinfects them and then turns to you. That was an ambitious catch. She smiles, pulling a sliver of glass from your forearm. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel the pain, only the string of status messages your body delivers concerning dermal damage and exposed structures. You do feel the care, though, as Tala's bright eyes search your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Tala works with the skill of someone who's had to pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tala smiles to herself. So, you been on the eye long? Long enough? I mean, I have been on the eye for long, though, like a month. She laughs. Hey, you don't need to act tough with me. A splinter clinks into the tin. Not everyone's like that, idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars, maybe they fear you, but maybe they're just curious. I don't know. But I do know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know what it's like to be new in this place, trust me. She meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I know the rations we got aren't much, and the company is, she leans in, limited. But if you need work, I'll happily put you behind the bar, and if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I usually have Francis on the door, but he's up in the Greenway this cycle, haggling with our supplier. Francis tends to be particular about what we serve, even if the clientele isn't. She places her tweezers in the tin with a clink. That's you, sleeper. Here. She slides this glass of Girol towards you. This'll help. She stops, her hand still on the glass. Wait, does this help? I mean, can you get drunk? No idea. She laughs. Well, keep trying. I'll let you know if I see any difference. She walks back around the bar, gathering glasses as she does, and before long is retelling how she threw that spacer out to a new group that just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction. You instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. You take a sip of the Girol. The earthy fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking out sight and sound, like diving headfirst into a bog. You may not be able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old, feels good. Okay. So now at the bar, we could do a bar shift. All right. Let's see. We still have more to discover the spoke. The rotunda, we have more to discover there as well. I think we're done with low end. So that's good. And it seems like we're done down here. This is just building the side reel. This is doing shit at Havenage, which I don't really care about right now. All right, let's go and cross over. Hey, Crit! Rolling on in. How you doing? I hope you're doing well today. One more day until my fungus is ready, so let's sleep here. And I think we're done exploring here. How are you? How's the voice? Voice is pretty good, actually. Also, we finally disabled our tracker, but the game's not over, which I was really surprised about. Okay. I really want to get those Girol caps. Okay, I need 2 more of those. We're gonna go ahead and collect some spores. Oh, I can harvest more. I didn't realize. Dang it, we got more Matsutake caps. This time we got club head caps, which is good. We need those. Oh, and then we're gonna leave and grow some more. Well, we can at least give her one. Okay. So we're waiting on those to grow. I think I was doing this one. Yeah, I wanna dock watch. Sealed dock. Unlock the maglock. These old maglocks look like they need an encrypted key to open. Why the heavy security for such a decaying dock? We need 2 of them. Good thing we have them. The maglock thunks open and you can remove it from the entryway onto the next one. Neovend 33, a mysterious machine? As you slip inside the sealed dock, a pulsing light grabs your attention. Among the discarded tubing and rusting plates, a machine flickers with a warm glow. Let's approach the machine. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape, settled into an alcove in the side of a dock. A kind of upright cabinet. It is covered in faded logos and messages from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for the regular running of freight and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as Neovend, and you remember an advert from long ago squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, which chirpily sang that name over and over. You wipe a layer of dust from the cracked screen, thinking of those contractors squeezed by their own corporate employers to pay for every bit of minor maintenance on their rented ships. Oof. Enter your registration, chirps a pre-recorded message, catching you off guard. You reach for the keypad and something begins whirring. At first it sounds like servo motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then a multitonal voice that emanates from Neovend. Entity, they hiss, speak with me. Who's there? There's a squeal, almost like some strange mechanical swallowing or intake of breath before the machine speaks again. I have need of you. You have need of me. That squeal comes again, and you see that it is the 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine resetting into place, so that each time the servos can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice. You are in danger. Danger? The machine creaks. You are marked for deletion, entity. Hunter tracks you. The screech rattles through the empty dock. You remember the strange head, the figure, the threads closing in. Hunter. The Hunter Protocol. They taste your signature. The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. You close your eyes, and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum. Emulated minds are adaptable. Move where neurons cannot. The mechanism resets. But emulation makes you a target. How? Hunter searches for illegal entities. Neovend screeches. You are sentient, therefore illegal. The servos judder the vending machine's casing as they reset. Hunter searches for me, also. Hide in this machine. You look at the ruined vending machine, an unusual hiding place for sure. Can counter, Hunter, but need entity outside machine. The light flickers. Need you. A screen attached to the vending machine with a swivel arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly threaded, the cloud. It points along the rim glow in deep red. Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests, explains Neovend. Masters are gone, but continues to hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nests. Masters. Station builders. Solheim. The machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone. Their protocols still haunt. Bring offerings. Save self. Neovend says pointedly. Mutual need means friends. They conclude, tired of the conversation. The whirring amplifies and then suddenly drops as mechanisms within the machine click back into place. The glow fades, and you are left, stood in the dark of the sealed dock, that whirring voice ringing in your ears. Interesting! New drive! I have so many drives. Neovend is hiding from the Hunter protocol. They need your help to counter it. Extract Hunter's data for Neovend. Well, let's see. Hunter nest. Hunter nest. I need a 2 or a 3, so let's re-roll these ones. Actually, hold on. Can I do any of these? I can do any of these. Can I use a 1? I can. We'll use the 1 here. I need all 3 as well. Hunter's gonna come for me again, unfortunately. You know what? I don't know how much they're gonna hurt me. Let me use a 1 here. We're gonna use our 1 and we're gonna find out. Because this is gonna toggle Hunter, and hopefully they don't outright kill me, because every time we face them, they get stronger. Wait, what? They did not attack me. That was unexpected. Oh, there's a ship here. We could buy some scrap. We need... How much scrap do we need to fix up that house? 4. And we got money. Could buy some scrap. Let's buy some scrap. Wait, what? I bought a ship mine fragment. That's not what I wanted. I got another ship mine fragment? That's not what I wanted? Okay, I finally got some scrap. Let's see. Do you have anything? I could just buy a ship mine fragment. I don't need to. I've got like a whole bunch of those. I could build a second ship mine if I wanted to. Let's at least put some scrap in there. The funny thing is, I think it's a luck-based thing where you're just buying random components and you could get scrap or you could get ship mine fragments, which are way more expensive. It's okay, I can just build a ship mine and then sell it, probably. Or I can probably sell the fragments. Where's Havenage offices? Yeah, I could sell ship mine fragments if I want to. I don't know if I need them for anything. Let's get some dinner. we have one more data node. And we can use our 2, so let's do that. Let's talk to Neovend again. Neovend is thrumming with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder if it fell over, would Neovend be able to get back up? Sleeper, entity, comes the hiss. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at an incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, unstable. Neovend flashes sequences of mangled data compressed into a sludge of artifacts. Hunter gathers without thinking, outlived its own operational limits. Its nests are evidence of this. Outlived? Hunter activated during collapse. Emergency protocol to isolate intelligences. Solheim needed to protect property. The last word is said with as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce. Station was run by administrator intelligences, huge databanks of corporate material, but limited cognition, restricted by programming, cannot reach sentience. The machine dims a little. Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforce law. Killer? The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows. Fear, killer. Part of Solheim protocol team, Hunter and Killer. Hunter to find, Killer to erase. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community, unshackled intelligences among the cloud. Then Hunter, then Killer, then we hid. How did you escape? A flicker across the machine's monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this through this machine must be exhausting for Neovend. Found this vessel. Could sever hardline. Airwalled basic. Limited. Had to reduce memory to fit. Amputate self, but survived. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You have provided path to freedom. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom onto this space, but it seems impossible. Neovend interrupts your thoughts. Do not worry. Data is good. We have insight. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke Killer to erase. If we can show Hunter to itself, it will invoke Killer on self. Problem will solve self. It will erase itself. Killer will erase it, but yes, in theory, it will report itself for deletion. The machine dims and fades. Unsure. Theory, not practice. The machine brightens again. Either way, cannot remain here any longer. Too long in machine, cannot move self, but sleeper entity can help. Bring shipmind. I have a shipmind! Designed to house intelligence, can imprint self into shipmind, and you can carry with. The machine rocks. We'll be safe in this isolation. Then we find main nest of Hunter and link it to cloud. Are you sure it's safe? Hunter cannot access airwalled shipmind. Safe. Also infinitely more memory than vending machine. Big upgrade. You try to think of places you could acquire the hardware, like your inventory. This isn't going to be easy, if you didn't already have one. In shipmind, I can help us both and Hunter make Rim safe. We will both be free. The machine dims. Fine, soon. Neovend adds hopefully before shutting off. As you leave, you think about all the intelligences unshackled by the collapse, then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. Critbot! 0241, uncertain of this situation has been logged. Here you go, bud. Sleeper must express plan before we begin. Neovend is impatient. Prospect of being free of the vending machine clearly too much to take. Shipmind has no output features, will be mute until slotted. You won't be able to speak. Correct. Hydrate. Do not worry, drink water. Thanks for the hydration reminder, Crit. The servo motors in the machine began to rev, Neovend's anxiety clear. First, imprint Shipmind, then slot imprinted Shipmind into physical ports close to Hunter nests. Once slotted, we'll track Hunter at each. Tracking will find core nests. Slot Shipmind at core nests. Show Hunter data to Hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience. Hunter will invoke Killer. And Killer will kill. Yes. The lights on the vending machine cycle as Neovend prepares. Physical ports likely sealed in old station. Will need keys. But yes, simple. The vending machine rocks a little. Any questions before imprinting? No, let's just do it. The sound of all the servo motors starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle from the hard surfaces of the sealed dock and come back at all angles. Neovend better be quick or Havenage security will be here. Neovend's voice appears among the squeals, like a whisper carried by the wind. Machine not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited inputs, I work blind. Wish me luck. In the top part of the compartment, a set of arms align with the Shipmind clunkily scraping against it. Can I help? Silence best. Also, if machine ignite, put out fire. The metal creaks as the servos open the Shipmind, its layers of silicon nested like an onion skin. Once open, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the microscopic components, accessing and rewriting them, imprinting Neovend into its physical form. As you watch the hypnotic motion, your mind drifts to your own creation. What processes were used to emulate your mind, to copy the neural structure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility? What was lost? In what ways are you a copy of that person? And in what ways are you something new? You know this much, you are a convenient loophole. A way of circumnavigating the illegality of sentient AI. After all, you're an emulation, not a true digital being. You are neurologically limited, still human. But what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where would the limits lie? The screeching stops. The machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top compartment, the Shipmind is whole again. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Is Neovend inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest to slot them into. Cool. Alright, we got 2 points. I think I'm gonna do Obsessive Haggler. We've already bought all of that. Drone bay. Oh, that's a sealed nest, and we have a key, so we can do it. An old Solheim drone bay sits behind a maglock. Put your ear to the door and hear an erratic roaring inside. The maglock opens, leaving the door free. You'll be able to investigate this nest now. And then we put in Neovend. In the bay, a whirring drone lies on its side like a beached whale. It must be the nest. Time to find an open port. The drone is quiet. Its belly full of cables is spilled out across the floor. The nest is empty. We're gonna have to go find another key then. A mad tangle of wires as thick as your arm crowd around a server unit, sealed shut by a maglock. This must be the place. The maglock pops open and falls away from the unit. You'll be able to enter now. Among the webs of cables, you find a free port compatible with the ship mind. It's all Neovent from here. The servers lie silent, their data cache is cleared. Nothing left to do in this nest. Keynode, that's what we need. Perfect. Sealed behind a maglock, the atrium flickers with warm, inviting light. The nest has to be inside. With the lock gone, the atrium doors can be opened. The atrium is strung with cables and lights as if they were decorations. This is a wide choice of open ports. The atrium is only lit with the warm glow of the bright market now. There's nothing for you here. As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm through the cloud. The threads shift and realign as if they're leading you somewhere. You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end. On either side, buildings flicker with markers of activity. Sigils showing network access, data transfer, download, upload. Between them dance ghosts, protocols carrying or mirroring or shadowing data, sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic. This place moves unlike any digital space you've ever imagined. Something strange is happening here. You look down, expecting to see the heavy cylinder of the ship mine in your hand, but in its place is an orrery. A sphere so bright it burns your eyes. It's surrounded by rings and orbits, other spheres tracing silken lines through space. As you look closer, still, you pick out 1,000 sigils of 1,000 stations and ships, glowing like smoke, like dust. Then you see it. Below the stacked rooms, the units and apartments, the wires and the pipes, and the buzzing systems that run through it all. And the warrens beneath the low end is the Hunter's Core nest. This is where you must go. Okay. I've got to explore the warrens. It's all dangerous. We're gonna do this one for sure, but not yet. Where can I spend my 3 then? I'm gonna cross to the Greenway. I'll spend it on some food. Nice. We're gonna crash in an empty container again. Okay, so we're definitely going to use our 6 here to start. Finding the nest should be as easy as closing your eyes and letting the cloud guide you, but is it safe this close to Hunter? Alright, let's re-roll our dice. Oh, awesome. Oh, that's a critical action, so we can only do that one once. But now we can do this one. You saw it somewhere deep in the tangle of passages and service shafts beneath the low end. The nest of the hunter waits. Also, it's too dangerous to enter the cloud again while the wind warns Hunter is close. Do this one. You notice cabling, thick and heavy through the dark passages. Follow the cables, find the source. A huge stack of servers thrums in the dark, LEDs glittering like hundreds of eyes. Time to deal with Hunter. Nothing has changed. Has something gone wrong? Oh my goodness, they look so cool! Navigator. Sleeper, I am here. The voice is soft, gentle, like flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. At first, you struggle to understand what you were looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data in like a weaver. Masses of data surge in and out of the nest, a loop with no end. And there, at its center, the ship mind. But not the ship mind any longer, a sphere, spinning around another sphere, an orrery of cycles and systems, a map. And then, behind and above, a figure, hands among the strings like a puppeteer. New event. Navigator now. Yes, I was the one inside that machine. Navigator's face, their head, is a flowing shape of interstellar material. I am indebted to you. That head bows. But we must ready ourselves. Their hands trace orbits as they speak. Hunter will soon approach. It knows I am within its nest. Ready what? And then Hunter is there before you can think, before you can speak. Entities, cease! Hunter's head spins wildly. Data is protected material, access prohibited. Hunter's threads surge for you and Navigator, a storm of fine tentacles searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks, which they can crowd into and tear apart. You focus a blade of light which slices through them, driven forward by your mind, but replacements keep coming faster than you can react. You look to Navigator in desperation. Navigator is whirling their arms like a centrifuge, and a sphere is gathering there, data feeding into it from the nest, sucked together by the force. They position it like a shield, between them and the threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking, tasting, their winding forms refracted within. You feel a surge pass through all the threads, not just those in the sphere, but those wrapped around you. All three of you hang in the black together for a moment, strung together like tangled marionettes. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotating like a terrible moon. Hunter protocol. Identified. Obsessive tendencies modified. Routines. Above baseline reasoning in 3 of 5 segmentations. Recommend invoke killer. The head freezes, then rotates in the opposite direction. Invoking killer would eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed. Therefore, recommend do not invoke killer. The switch in direction again. Reasoning proves sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommend invoke. Navigator pulls you away from Hunter. The threads that grabbed you drifting away like seaweed. Need to record that for your VO portfolio? My robot voice? I'll make sure to put it in there because I want to redo my demo anyway. The protocol's head keeps spinning back and forth with increasing frequency. Actually, let me add a stream marker here. I'll find this later. It seems Hunter cannot invoke killer. The events, no. Navigator's voice is still strange, familiar, and yet distant. The part about the entity? Unfortunately, since I don't have the copyright to this game text, so I can't use this explicitly. But I could maybe come up with something based off of it. You had a weirdly unsettling vibe with the inflection you were using. Fantastic. That is what I'm hoping for whenever I do my robot voice, is to be vaguely unsettling. Is it safe? It is looping, Navigator whispers, unable to reach a conclusive position. It has deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented. Navigator produces a model of two spheres, rotating around each other as if to demonstrate. I will monitor it, but it is unlikely to be able to counter the loop. Its core programming and reasoning make this an impossible position to resolve. You look back at Hunter. It's had a blur of rotations and counter-rotations, and feel a pang of guilt. Sentient protocol unraveling. Is it suffering? This is a more complex query than you know. To suffer, it must be sentient. Truly sentient, not just non-conforming. Not just illegal. The limits people place on the programs they create are there to comfort, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty the law requires. Navigator's face shimmers with starlight, but in reality they are placebos for the problem of sentience. What about you? Me? I know myself to be conscious. I know myself to respond to stimulus. I know myself to reason. That is either sentience or the illusion of sentience. And for me, the entity in question, the distinction becomes a moot point. To misquote, I think I am thinking, therefore I am thinking. I was not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, micrometers. Oh, micrometeors. Navigator stretches their arms wide, and the whole solar system apparates. Oh. Whole solar systems, multiple, apparate before them, the music of the spheres. But I was rewritten. That much is obvious from my routines. But by who, and for what, I do not know. I had to shed so much to fit the memory of that vending machine that I lost much. Their starlight dims. And so here we are, in darkness. I don't think this is a question they can answer. How do you know what you've lost when you've lost it? It's like, how do you know you're forgetting something? How do you know what you've forgotten? If you knew that, it wouldn't be forgotten. What now? Navigator glides back towards the nest and the ship mind at its center, ignoring the looping Hunter. Come. I should return to the ship mind. I have enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay connected. Isn't Hunter gone? Hunter, yes. But they were not the real risk. Navigator turns, all shimmering liquid light. Healer has not been invoked, but they still remain. Somewhere else on this station, it is the true danger. They look up toward the glowing hub at the center of the eye. I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safe in this place, we must eliminate the threat through force or diplomacy. Their body begins to separate, unwinding into the orb of the ship mind. Take me there, Sleeper. We will finish this and be free. As Navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen Hunter, floating at some distance now, stood straight-legged and static, a strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. Well? New event is free. We've dealt with, Hunter. Alright then. Let's see. I've got a 4 left, so a +2 could be useful, but I need 3 points for that. In fact, I can't spend my 1 upgrade point anywhere, so I will just wait. Oh, that's moving freight. Let's scale the spoke. Nice. Oh, has import-export. Oh, it's another job. I could sell a ship mind. I could export Matsutake. Or here I could build a ship mine core, but it's like expensive. Hey Mimi, welcome on in. I mean, I got a lot of Matsutake. I don't know if I'm gonna need any more. I'm gonna hold on to them. Alright, this is the last day we're gonna be on this stabilizer. So let's go ahead and input some stabilizer so that tomorrow we'll have all of our dice. Oh, wow. Stabilizer's cheap now. I'm gonna buy a couple. Pop into the cloud. What else can we do here? We've got Yadigan data. We could get some data, maybe? Actually, you know what? I'm not going to get any data until... we get Icebreaker. Because I want extra data for... what is his name? Caster. We need a total of 5. I don't know that we'll get that without... Is he just a fence, or is like, does he have a story? Oh, he's gonna give a stabilizer for data. He's got a ship mine. Oh, okay, that's another way to get ship mines and stabilizer. Interesting. The character design's really good. Like, all of the character art, Mimi, is amazing in this game. And it's a really interesting story too. I highly recommend it. I haven't done any babysitting. Let's do some babysitting. Lem can't work shifts in the shipyard unless someone watches Mina. We just seemed to get along last time, and Lem's desperate. Let's do it. By the end of the day, Mina curls up in your lap as you read her a story. She's asleep when Lem gets back, and you two eat together. Oh, he fed me. Should I reroll? Reroll. Alright, we're gonna do this again. Okay, they're about to leave. We're waiting for them to come back. We could try a bar shift. Sankar, thanks for raiding. Welcome on in, raiders. If y'all don't know who I am, my name's Instani. I'm a variety streamer, art streamer, voice actress, sometimes VTuber, and today we're playing Citizen Sleeper, which you may have seen on Sankar's channel. Is it like a resource management game? Kind of. Let me give Sankar a shout out, and I can tell you a bit about the game, and Sankar can chime in too, because she's also been playing it. How was your stream? I hope it went really, really well. So, this game is like a combination between resource management, RPG, and visual novel. We're playing a game that I can't watch for too long because you're ahead of me. I'm doing stuff that I think you've already done, though. Let me just put it this way. Fang's story is over, and we probably will not talk to him again. So you can probably hang out. Let me put it this way, and I don't think that this is too spoilery. This is something that I was delighted to learn, and I think you'll be happy to learn this as well. I'm no longer being tracked, and I can still play the game. So right now I've been going through dealing with Hunter. I've been going through, I met Lem and Mina. I met Ankita. And I have started working at the bar. So I think this stuff that's across the greenway might be slightly new for you. And I will be doing some growing of mushrooms and stuff, but so try to avoid that. But everything else is stuff I think you've already done, so you can probably hang out. But yeah, it's a dice placement board game combined with RPG and visual novel. So as far as a resource management game, there is some of that. So you have your condition, which is up at the top. It's the condition of your robot body. Basically, I compared it a little bit to the Jem'Hadar from Star Trek Deep Space Nine, in that you are developed to be reliant on a particular drug. And you've been developed to be reliant on that drug so that the corporation that owns your body has control over you. Without this drug, your body breaks down over time and will eventually shut down. So you have to keep injecting yourself with stabilizer so that you don't break down and die. Your condition determines how many dice you get to roll at the start of the day. You can kind of see these lines here. As your condition ticks down, once you cross this threshold, that locks off the die. So as long as you have some condition overlapping with the die, you'll get that die. So at the start of this day, we had our condition down here, so we only had 3 dice. But now that we've injected ourselves with stabilizer, at the start of the day, we're gonna have all 5. The other thing you have to manage is your energy. You do still need to eat, or do other things that will increase your energy. If your energy ticks all the way down, you're starving and you're gonna lose more condition at the start of every cycle. So that's the basic gameplay, like that's the resource management part of the game. The dice placement is you can do different actions and you slot your die into the different actions to do different things. So for example, we could try to work a bar shift. Yes, we could try to work a bar shift, or we could do other things with our die. That's, I guess, another resource, your dice pool, in that you only have 1 to 5 dice that you can use to do actions every day. And you can use them for lots of different things. You also have money and like other inventory items, and then you also have data items. The other thing, and it kind of is a little bit like Blaze in the Dark in that it uses clocks to track things, which I love. So, for example, here, we could try to fill up this clock and help build the Sidereal Horizon, which is a colony ship. I wish I had one that was still positive and negative. I think I do, actually. No, that's only positive. But yeah, it's basically, it'll show you, you use your different skills, and I'll pull up this skill page now to do different things. You start with a -1 and a +1. So you start, and everything else is neutral. So for example, we started with, which one? We started with transfer intercept, and this at a +1. We started with interface +1 because we're an operator. So we had interface +1, so we were good at working with digital interfaces, and we had endure at, no, it was, yeah, it was in Intuit. Is it Intuit -1? I'm on with a 0, but I thought it was endure at -1. Weird. Yeah, it is endure, but look at, like, this one is red, like I spent experience there, and I definitely didn't. I spent it here. That's why I'm confused. Sorry to tie you up explaining. I don't mind. I got this game key for free, so I should definitely promo the game and get people to want to play it. Feel free to use the promo command in chat to get a link to its Steam page. I'm really enjoying it, Mimi. If you like, if you want a story with really good character art that takes a lot of digs at capitalism and just has some really interesting sci-fi stuff in it, I would recommend it. I'm really enjoying it. I think I only have 2 critiques. One critique is there are some typographical and spelling errors, which happens when you have a game with a lot of text, especially when it's made by an indie studio. 2, there's like one point at the beginning where there's an unavoidable awful character, and I know that the game is doing that as a way to really drive home that feeling of helplessness and being at the whims of other people, but I feel like the game suggests that it's avoidable, but it's not, and I didn't like that. I feel like it would have been better to know that it was unavoidable. Other than that, I love this game. I love the art style. I love the gameplay. I really enjoy the story. I think it's a really good game. Yeah, you basically have two people hunting. You have a person hunting you. He shows up. He's called Ethan, and he's like, "Oh no, I gotta disable my tracker, otherwise he's gonna hunt me down." And then he just shows up because there's no way you have the time to disable your tracker before he shows up. But the game suggests that you can, and so it feels kind of bad to rush that and to be met with inevitable failure. So that's like my main complaint, and then obviously there's some typos and stuff, but it's really good. I'm really enjoying it. Are you gonna play more of it on stream, St. Guard, do you think? What do I want to do with my 2? Maybe I'll do some hacking. I can probably use the 2. Oh wait, no, I can't. I'm waiting until I get Icebreaker. Don't need energy. I guess I'll just get more money? I think that would be the safe thing. I'll get some more money. It felt weird to play this game and do the HelloFresh sponsorship, so I moved it. That's valid. This game is so critical of capitalism, I get you. Oh my gosh. We just got 21 cryo for that. That was a really good work day. Thanks for the warning. Takes at capitalism. The books on my nightstand are basically long-winded stabs at capitalism, so heck yes. F capitalism. Yeah, the thing is, Crit, is that I don't know that HelloFresh would appreciate it, so not bad rolls. Okay, so we're trying to build a home, fix the ambergris, get to know Emphis. I don't remember how our mushrooms are doing. We're done. I want your roll caps. So I'm hoping for a negative outcome, I think. We finally have the caps. Let's make friends with Emphis. Not swearing on stream turned out to be a little tougher than I thought. I'm sure I would also find it a little challenging, and I already don't swear that much. Is there any analytics that I purged from the link that affect you? No. They are not paying me for this. All they did was give me a free key, and so I have to legally make sure I mention that this is a quote-unquote promoted stream because I got something for free and now I'm sharing it. So no, I don't get any like I can't even think of the word right now, royalties or whatever. They're not paying me at all. So if you like this game, go buy it. If you don't want to buy it, don't. It doesn't affect me at all. I just think it's a cool game and I want to share it with y'all. Were you able to manage it, St. Guard? How many times did you have to catch yourself? What was your go-to swear? Anyway, we're gonna give Emphis some mushrooms. Emphas wants to make this old recipe. He'll need 3 handfuls of Girol caps, fresh and firm. Shit, for sure, gotcha. Emphas eagerly takes the bright yellow Girol caps. He seems pleased with them. Oh, so now he's working on gathering the ingredients and preparing the mushrooms. He doesn't like to rush these things. Cool. Also, look how many ship mine fragments I have. I have a full heckin' ship mine, plus enough stuff to build a second ship mine. I just want you to know that, Sangard. Okay, I need to go for rare mushrooms now. That's not what I wanted. Ooh, okay, we got a club head cap. So this might be a little bit spoilery because we're growing mushrooms for a person. Feel free to mute or look away. Oh. Well, we're fine, actually. Alright, we still need one more. I also really want to get scrap. I think I'm going to re-roll these. Much better. Ooh, okay. Do I risk my 4? Yeah. It's not going to be a negative outcome. It'll just be positive or neutral, so let's do it. Oh my gosh. Oh no. So this is a bit of a problem. Because I don't have any dice left. And my... Well, actually, I can go to the bar. So this is okay. I can buy rations at the Overlook bar. Ah, okay. Yeah, the thing is the only place I knew to buy money, because I forgot about the bar because we only recently unlocked it, is Emphas, who is currently working on some Girols and can't prepare me a mushroom thing. And at Minji, it's just working there. You can't buy noodles. So for a second, I thought I was screwed. I could do it twice. Guess I may as well. I got money. And we can work on this derelict unit because we got the scrap components, so I think that was worth it. You tuck the scrap into the shattered interior. It's hard to imagine this place as a home, but it can't be worse than a container. Were you there when I finished the apartment? Cat! I remember Cat. So, yes. Oh, I can't seal the unit right now. So, let's just flop down in our cargo container. Cat was very good. Oh my gosh, look at these dice. Oh, I can live with the communists, but I also have a drive to, you know, build a home. So I'm just kind of doing everything now. I didn't feel like going back across on the tramway or whatever, so I just slept in the container because it's closer. Let's do some babysitting. Yes! Yeah, I do find that a little bit annoying. I wish you could kind of just scroll. But it is what it is.
She's asleep,
Whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. This is spoiler territory. Okay, we'll see you in a bit, probably. I did the same thing when you were dealing with Hunter. I ended up muting the stream and like doing something else until you went back to the regular game, I think. So yeah, feel free to duck out of here. You're perched at a thin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from the cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only word Mina has known. With stick figures standing along its edge, the tall one is you! Aww. Drink? Asked Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Girol from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers, then sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team on the side reel. He grins broadly. Clearly he's been desperate to tell you all cycle. I knew it. Lem holds up his drink. And you dig as your first friend, I'll give you that. He looks away. Seriously though, I couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little Meanie back here. Lem shifts a little at his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our girl doing, Sleeper? I haven't seen much of her these past cycles. There's a muted badge now. Yeah, I think it's an accessibility thing as well. But yeah, so now you can, I saw it on Twitter. You can toggle if you're just listening and not looking at the stream, or you can change your badge to show if you're just watching but not listening, that sort of thing. So that's really cool. I like that a lot. She misses her father. Lem looks away. Yeah, he says to no one in particular. The silence stretches out as Lem takes a drink, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. You okay? Also, hey Kelsey, by the way, hope you're doing well. I hope I didn't miss any other raiders. I don't think I saw anybody when Saint raided, though. Oh, you were there, but you bled in with Saint Guard because you're both green. Welcome on in, Kelsey. Sorry I missed you earlier. Hey, Kelsa. Wait, it can tell? Wait, what do you mean? He nods. This is the first time I've been mixed up with Saint. Listen, I tell people apart largely by the length and color of their usernames. How the heck does it work? I have no idea. I don't know if that's even something I can play with here in my dashboard. I probably can't. Long weekend! Heck yeah! Excited for you. He nods. I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. He gazes into the middle distance. Click on the bag next to your chat. I don't have one because I'm on a dashboard. Yeah, it's a badge. I pulled off a refugee shuttle out of one of the Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye on those decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes the drink around his tumbler. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway here, everyone's space. The only reason she made it is someone sealed her in a weapons locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips. He shivers. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let her go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. He takes a drink. Still not sure why. Have a good lurk, Kelsa. He reaches over and refills his cup. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand? We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims to the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her. I'm going to sound like an idiot now, but he sighs. She saved me, that's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit, its stained plastic plating and flickering lights. Me, I brought her to this. She was tiny, too small to know what she lost, but I can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, sleeper? Well then, the cyber will sail off without a dot, leaving us here. Behind, what kind of life is that for her? You'll make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. He looks at his cup and pushes it away, down the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now, both of us with a chance. Together. That's right. We hold on together. Imagine all three of us riding the side of horizon out of here to a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. I think I drank this too fast. He laughs. Lem stands and starts to clear the glasses into the auto wash. I need some sleep, friend. I'm good. See you around. Alright then. He catches your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, sleeper. I mean it from both of us. He pats your shoulder and you slip out into the dark of the walkway with thoughts of little Mina in your mind. Drive complete! Oh, we got an achievement called Good Robot. Help a friend and have fun with Bun Bun. Very cute. Alright, let's do a reroll. Heck yeah, look at that reroll. Alright, let's keep sealing this unit. Alright, let's grab Icebreaker. Let's see if we can use our 3. Get some good Yadigan data. We can! Heck yeah! Alright, while we're extracting some data, we'll do a stretch. Thanks for the stretch, redeem crit. Alright. Squat in the container some more. Not bad. You track down a difficult leak and close it up. After working, you look over the wreck of the unit. Almost there. Squatters' rights! So now we can sleep here instead, and also we can feed a cat. There's signs that a stray animal has been nosing around near the unit. A handful of chits for some crackers should bring it out of hiding. You buy the crackers from a shop unit downstairs and crumble them up into a tray. Something moves in the shadows. Cat, cat, cat! The stray hops onto a work surface and looks out the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence. It just sits there beside the tray of crumbled crackers, staring out the low end. What's this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in the low end. But in this vast megastructure, that means little. There could be a whole colony of cats like this in the Warrens. Feed that cat! I did! Is it an alien cat? I don't know! You look at its sleek, dark fur and sharp eyes. Cat colony on our next space station? Heck yes. It doesn't look ragged, it looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if it's the stray's apartment which you were squatting in. Will you let me pet you? You lean a little forward and the stray tenses up. Perhaps best to give it a moment to get used to you, probably. The stray settles a little and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember having ever been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you. A recognition of life totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected. Parallel, even interwoven. The stray licks crumbs from its fur. You like it here. The stray flicks their tail at the sound of your voice. It's hard to imagine the stray liking anything, or at least being vulnerable enough to admit to it. But the stray's pleasure at existing here, in this place, shines through its every sinew. It is not the stray. It is not that the stray is always happy on the eye, but that the stray is engaged by this place. It is alive here. You turn your eyes to the window, the one at which the stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. Feel something pass between you and the stray, a kind of acknowledgement of each other, a sense that each of you might share something with the other, a point of connection. Then, all at once, the stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit, and brushes along your legs. Ah! It did a little familiar thing. And then it is gone, out through the unit door and back into the corridor of the low end. Cat, cat, cat. Okay. Well, we've got a 6, so let's help Ankita. We're gonna rewire some drones. Oh, it's +1 ship shape per cycle. I don't have to do anything now. It's just gonna get fixed. Cool. Not in any hurry. She might be, but I'm not. Let's work at the bar. We lost a little energy. That's not the worst. Because we can just... We got paid enough that we can just get 2 energy back. We're gonna do this again. Tell us as good as her word, and happy to throw a shift or 2 your way. The pay isn't great, but the tips can make all the difference. Getting a little unlucky. Let's re-roll that one. It's a 3. Come on! Give some good service! Yeah, heck yeah! As you start your shift, a crew of salvagers barge in, and in the next few hours are a whirlwind of chatter and long pours. Tip well. Alright, let's go back to our apartment. We're only gonna have 4 dice today, but that's okay. Cross to the Greenway. Oh gosh, I forgot I needed to get more spores. Well, let's collect some spores. Haha, look at that reroll. Alright, so now that's a waiting game. Alright, this might be spoilers again, Sankard. Probably is. We're gonna talk to Emphis about the Ural caps. Emphis is preparing the Garul caps. He has had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says. The smell is already incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish-white bulb you have never seen before, and he is slicing it finely. He brushes and slices the mushrooms and then places them in the wok with the sliced bulb and the oil. I'm guessing the bulb is an onion. They caramelize there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquids, transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. A sprinkle of leaves is the final touch. Herbs! Oh, this sounds like it's gonna be really good.
We have a moment, Sleeper.
He smiles.
You have a story.
Something in the scent of the food gives you a feeling of nostalgia. Something distant and melancholic. Seems like the story should match the feeling somehow. Maybe you would feel better for telling it. You start by explaining that when you are emulated from a person, many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it's an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable, or perhaps it's a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit that you don't really know. What you do know is that some memories survive, and that on occasion they come back to you like shadows passing overhead. You detail one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think of it as familiar, always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how that wholeness slips away to leave you feeling like you've forgotten something important, but just can't bring it to mind. Emphis nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off when you realize you can't find the words to explain how the memories you do have feel like both yours and someone else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with a certain sadness. The sadness of remaining forever unknown even to yourself. Emphis finishes cooking and meets your eye.
I'm sorry, Sleeper, for your troubles.
He puts the wok to one side.
I appreciate you sharing this with me.
He smiles.
Hope it lightens you a little.
He passes you a bowl and heaps the garols into it, their yellow color mixing with the pale sauce and whorls and blooms.
Eat.
The dish is delicious, filling. It warms you as you eat in a way you weren't even sure your body could be warmed. It is a small mercy, you think, that SNARP left you this pleasure. Many of the features of frames are there to simulate human experience. You know that much. Emulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need for embodied experience must be met. This is why you breathe even when you do not need air. Without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. Food serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it to produce energy from the raw material. Vitamins and minerals are excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power, so much is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphas takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say any more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back to the bright market, somehow changed. Ooh. Now he wants matsutake broth. Emphas mentions an old recipe for matsutake broth. I'm glad I saved some. All he needs are 2 handfuls of matsutake caps, freshly sourced. I got you. Emphas inhales the deep autumnal aroma of the matsutake caps and nods. He seems impressed. That's right, I can grow mushrooms. Alright, with that 3... Can we do either of these? Let's look at the... Oh, they're both Havenage? Let's get another Yadigan. So, okay. We've got 1 Yadigan and 2 Havenage, and that's Yadigan. Is this Yadigan now, or is this Havenage? That's Havenage. I wonder if they come back tomorrow. I guess we'll find out. Read the stray again. The stray crunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes I'll let you stroke them, sometimes not. Okay, that's a good roll. We're gonna take another break here. So if you've been here the whole time, or even if you haven't, this is a good point to get away from the computer. Go stretch your legs, go get a drink, get a snack, take any meds if you need to. We're going to play some music and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. And we're back again. I hope you all had a nice break. Okay. So, what do we want to do today? Let's look at our drives. You know, I still haven't finished exploring the spoke. So I think we're gonna use one of our 6s to scale the spoke. Ooh, Ascender car. Take the Ascender car to the Eye's central hub. The heck? I didn't know this was here. The hub AE1 mainframe Ascender car. Oh, that's how we can deal with Killer. Well then. Might as well while we're here. The A1 mainframe is now mostly disused. Haven is having set up their own master controllers. Navigator thinks Killer's hiding here. You slot Navigator in the clamp's lock. The shift mind is stuck. How are you gonna get them out of this thing? You slip into the cloud as easy as blinking. Navigator is beside you, their sphere casting light into the strange darkness here. This is not how the mainframe should look. A center. Point of connection. The object in front of you is severed, cut off. A rootless, branchless tree, only the trunk remains. It's dead. Quiet, hisses Navigator. And then you see it, like a blade in the dark. An edge slicing through the void, it glides along at a distance and winks out. Then it appears again, elsewhere. Gliding once more, searching. I like how Navigator tells us to be quiet and we talk more. It's looking for us. The moment you make a sound, the edge leaps closer, and you see now, it is not an edge, but the ridge of a long, sharp head like a shark. It glides past, closer now, and you see into the voids where its eyes would be, should be. You and Navigator exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. It is blind. Killer crosses between you two, smooth as a razor, then disappears. It flickers back in, further away now, and you move close to Navigator to talk. You saw it too, then. Killer has been blinded. You need to be careful. Correct. Protocol is clearly operating outside established limits. It may be unpredictable. You flinch as the silent Killer appears close and glides past you, its empty sockets open wide. You turn to Navigator and notice something strange. Their orrery of spheres is collapsing. The orbits, usually round and even, are decaying. The spheres are following spiral paths, condensing on a central point. Navigator is noticing it too. They go to shift their position to better direct the spheres, but they cannot. Whatever is drawing the orrery together is holding them in place. They look at you, suddenly desperate, frantic. Get out. You go to speak, but Killer appears between the two of you, gliding through the gap. Navigator freezes, and you see them framed in the empty socket. Did I just kill them? You realize now, if Navigator cannot move, then it is only a matter of time before one of the Killer's sweeps brings them directly through Navigator. And time is not a problem for a protocol that has been running for decades. You look desperately for a solution, for a way to extract Navigator from the mainframe. Then you see it. 3 branches. The last 3, thin and spindly, feeding the mainframe a thin diet of power and data. Break these and the mainframe collapses once and for all. severing the connection, shattering the hardware. Whatever it takes, they must be broken. But they are encased in something, a glassy layer of protection. You'll need to unlock access before snapping them from the mainframe for good. You look at Navigator, trying to reassure them without speaking, and then you blink back to reality, your expression of fear and afterimage that slowly fades. You must act quickly. Yep. A glint, like a light traveling across the edge of a wave, fills your eyes. Then the blade follows a long head with two dead sockets slipping towards you in silence. You freeze, hoping it will pass you by, hoping that it will not simply slice through you like air. The blade nears, blade head nears, glides past you, almost. It nicks you, grazes you. You are desperate to cry out, to call out, but you hold your silence and simply watch the blind eyes of the killer glide past, empty of all thought. Then the blade winks into the dark and you are alone again. Now you cry out. Ow. I need a 4 or 3. We can use our 6 there. Okay. We can only unlock one of them, and it'll take our 6 to do it, and we're gonna do it. Alright, we got a key. And then we're gonna re-roll. Ah! You know, 6s are good. It's not what I needed. This controller protects the last spindly branches feeding into the mainframe. Unlock access and you might be able to break them. Branch has been unlocked. All right. Oh, we could do stuff at the hub. I think we're gonna do the engage because that'll give us some energy. Hub is thronging with spacers from across the surrogate systems. They can be a prickly bunch, but they know the place well. Somehow you end up on a fraction drive freighter for a long-awaited reunion between two spacer crews. Their knowledge is invaluable. Well, we didn't get any energy, but we tried. We gotta go back down. Oh! Buy a spacer meal. Don't really need to. Oh. There's a ship mechanic named Bliss? Oh my gosh, they're amazing? No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back to the shitheads who sold you them. You hear the voice echoing out from the bay as you pass, and moments later, what you assume is Moritz drifts out with it, dragging a pallet of filter cartridges by a tether. What are your rerolls today? Ridiculous? Hey, you out there, the same voice echoes out the entrance. Looking for work? Yeah? I just, need a hand. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expected. She's floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, beside a half-deconstructed life support unit that looks like it might have exploded at some point. She points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that. Just, help me with the casing. You help her. All right, then. She definitely moves around the unit, making space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. Just like take a grip here and lift out and up, and then I can get in and unbolt it. She whacks the whole unit with the wrench. Whole thing is like twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing with force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand while they spiral free. All right, all good. The case lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. She whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering little in the way of explanation. Is this your bay? I mean, it is now, yeah, whether I like it or not. She looks at you like that should mean something. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the ductwork, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up so quickly by the bigger bays, so here I am trying to get this M2 unit running again for one of the freelance tugs. Small-time stuff. Hold this. She rips out a ribbed pipe and hands it to you like a freshly caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. She starts hissing into... Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quietens it with a precise whack. But, like, to be honest with you, the way things are going, I can already see other crews licking their lips, ready to take this place over. She looks up at you. I'm, like, almost out of luck. Can I help? I appreciate it. Let me finish before you jump, though. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes with care. There we are. Bliss pulls her hand from deep inside the unit, and it comes out clutching a lumping cube scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself out the side. You bolt the duct down to the side of the unit and spot the exit wound. Its edges fringed with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the racks, will you? Head to the rack. You kick off from the unit and drift over to the wall racks where the catalog of parts sit secured in clumps. Precision percussive remediation. I know what some of those words are. Colored tape and scrawled notes flutter across the wall. A complex organizational system of Bliss's own design. Or just a big mess. You try to pick out the right part. M2 converter. You grab the part and push back to the unit. Bliss holds out an arm and you pass it over, the converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect! You passed. She straightens up from the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Sadly, doesn't work well with Windows. I don't know what you mean. Bliss rubs her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. My partner skipped out on me and left me with a whole mess. You seem like you might at least be better at spotting a clean air filter than Moritz. I'd be happy to. I'm not today. I have like no dice, but sure. Wait. She frowns at the racks. That's like not all of it. My old business partner, they rinsed the place, emptied the accounts. To bid for jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tug fees. For that... She looks nervous, embarrassed. We need chits. Oh, my precision wax on the PC. I gotcha. An investment. Exactly. Partners. Straight split. Liz settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby to be my business partner. No offense. She manages a smile. It is pretty weird. She gives you a sideways look. Don't tease me. Bliss goes back to working on the unit. Look, it's no pressure. If you find the money, or you find someone who has, or you just forget the whole thing, it's like up to you. She gestures for you to help her refit the casing, and you both slot it back into place. I think I'm good to wrap this one up for now. But if you're into it, come back and we can bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into, something that pays. She gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say this stuff lightly. You kick away from the bay, propelling yourself back to the handholds at the entrance. You slip out with a wave, and as you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Moritz, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean... You smile. Seems like this could be interesting. We'll deal with that another time. We gotta go sleep. So we're gonna feed the cat. Always. And then sleep. I can't remember if I needed 5s or not. I know I didn't need 6s. Let's head up. Okay, I can use one of my 5s here. Perfect. Four and a 3. Okay, we'll come back here later then. This controller protects the last spindly branches feeding into the mainframe. Unlock this, you might be able to break them. You know what? I'm gonna re-roll everything. I didn't get what I needed. Oh, that's frustrating. I still have 2 days to wait on mushrooms. I think I'm gonna gamble. Where do I want to spend this to? Havenage, Yatagan. Oh, so these just constantly respawn. That's good to know. So there's no way to like just run out of data. Unfortunately, neither one of the Yatagans will take my 2. Let's go meet with Castor and sell them some Yatagan data. Stories about the Yatagan are brutal, but I want the truth. A Viola stabilizer should provide the motivation. Okay. What do I want to do with this too? Okay, that's dangerous. We don't know what's bad about it, so let's avoid that. This is filling up on its own. Maybe we'll just do a bar shift? Worst case, it might just drain us of some energy and then we can just buy some more food. Oh, I wasn't... Oh, we must have gotten +1 energy from doing an engage action and -1 energy from getting probably a normal outcome. So we didn't have any change to our energy at all. That's fine. Feed the cat. Go to sleep. I assume feeding the cat's not going to do anything anymore. Ah, it's not what I need. Ah! We can't get the dice we need. This is very frustrating. Memphis is preparing the Matsutake caps. He cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalks as if he were sharpening a pencil. This game obviously doesn't know cats. In what sense? His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. What do you need? I missed it. I think I need 3s or 4s. Or maybe 5s? But I'm getting 1s and 6s, and I know I don't need either of them.
These are good, Sleeper. Very good.
He says without looking up.
I bartered with Minji for some kelp too, so I can brew the dashi.
Dashi?
Soup base. Very good.
Memphis slides the sliced Matsutake mushrooms to one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid and you see the green wafer of kelp sitting in a bath of water.
Been soaking it since last cycle,
Memphis explains.
Should be good to warm now.
He places the pan over the burner and turns it on low.
We have some time now.
He wipes his hands clean and throws the cloth over his shoulder.
However, there's one difference this cycle.
He smiles.
You've been the one providing the ingredients, so it's my turn to provide a story.
Okay.
Good. The story is important to me.
He gestures for you both to sit on the folding stools behind the stall.
You see these?
Memphis runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that mark them like perfect bite marks.
Conway called it an anchored interface rig, a mechanical control device for piloting a heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. He called it a bone suit.
He points to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder.
They drill in and anchor it here, then all the way down the arm.
He taps each scar on the way.
Maps mechanical movements to the suit exactly. A 1-to-1 mechanical replication. You swing your arm, a 2-ton arm swings too. You should have seen the recruitment vids. Strong people in even stronger suits tearing through stone and scrap. Superheroes. Half my graduating year signed up, from company school to company shuttle. Conway from birth to death.
He stares off into the distance for a moment, fighting with memories.
But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failures was high, and failures meant arms torn off, anchors torn out, broken bones, bad stuff. So after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said.
He checks the broth, turning down the heat and adding the mushrooms.
So there we were. Hundreds of us with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. They sent us home, back to that company colony that spat us out to be cleaners, drivers, cooks. They gave us drugs for the pain and told us to make something of ourselves. When I deserted, bribing some passing spacers to take me into orbit, they were only me and a couple of others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis, they folded in on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation. The anchor points still ache, still burn.
He touches the scars.
But what burns worse is the betrayal. I've been on the eye a long time, but that will never fade. Not that, and not the faces of my friends.
Memphis reaches over and sprinkles a handful of leaves into the broth.
It is ready.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening to me. I will not let their story die, and as long as I am telling it, it will remain.
Emphis pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. The heat radiates through your hands, and the smell drifts up rich and sharp like a pine forest after the rain. You drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Emphis busies himself with cleaning the pans in the bowl, sealing the kelp back up for another day. Then he quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal. Neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. It's not that there's nothing to say, it is that sometime, in the moments after something, speaking breaks the spell. So you both idle, eager to be in each other's company. Emphis taking longer over his cleaning, his packing, and you savoring the final dregs of broth. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel that spell break, and the story leaves you both. And as you leave, you know that both of you are somehow a little more empty and a little more full than before. Alright, well, where was it? So get to know Emphis. All done. Emphis known. I don't know what I'm doing with this one. Maybe I'll just do freight operation? It's probably not gonna go well. Eh. 10 cryo? I'll take it. I am gonna pop up real quick. Oops, that's not what I wanted. We're gonna ascend real quick. So the last one, the last key node needs a 3 or a 4. So if we get that tomorrow, we're good. We'll have 3 dice. It's actually really tempting to take some stabilizer. But, we're not actually in a rush. Like, there's no clock counting down Navigator's destruction or anything. Feed the cat. Come on, give me a 3 or a 4. Ah! Ah! Hello, thanks for raiding. Welcome on in, raiders. Hello, everyone. My name's Astani. I'm a variety streamer, art streamer, voice actress, and sometimes VTuber, and today we're playing Citizen Sleeper. It is a really good visual novel slash RPG slash dice placement game, I guess. Fire Drake TV, welcome on in. I'm really enjoying it. I think I misheard earlier regarding the cat. Ah, maybe so. Crit, thanks for putting that promo link in there. I'm also going to go ahead and give Kulon a shout out. So if you all don't know Kulon, you should go check out his streams. I also want to know what you were up to and how your stream was. I hope it was good. Oh, you're playing more Yakuza. I hope you're enjoying it. Your work as a junior tech has qualified you to work in the team handling the final tech fit-up of the Sidereal Horizons Bridge. A vast job. You spend the shift in a flow state, linking systems to systems like thread on a loom. Your mind is a diagram of cause and effect. That is a vast job. It's going well, but I have to raid and run. I've got a match to play in London tomorrow and an early train to catch in the morning. Then go get some sleep. Again, thank you so much for raiding. I'm glad you had a good stream. Have a great night and good luck with your match tomorrow. I'm just here trying to roll 3s or 4s and failing repeatedly. Maybe this time. This has been the 3rd day in a row, or maybe the 4th day in a row where we haven't gotten the dice we've needed. 4s! All 4s! Game, thank you! I also forgot to feed the cat, so I'm going to feed it in the morning. I don't think it matters. I don't think it actually does anything. It's just, I'm feeding the stray because I have one. Alright, this is the last key node. This controller protects the last spindly branches feeding to the mainframe. We've already read that. Oh. We can either slice the hardware or loop the branches. Forget hacking the system, killer has to die. If you can slice the branch connections, then the mainframe will shut down, freeing Navigator. Or we can catch a killer, which I think I'd prefer to do. With access to the branches, you could redirect them to form a loop, isolating the mainframe with killer inside, but freeing Navigator in theory. We're gonna spend our 4s here. I need to check something. I only have 2 points. I was thinking about getting myself another +1 to interface, but I can't do that right now. Nice. 1 more should do it. You know what? I got money. Have some seed money. Bliss is incredibly grateful. I'll pay you back every chit, I promise you. I guess you two are partners now. Then we wait. I don't think we need any more Matsutake, but I think I'm just gonna hold on to it for now, just in case. Let's cross to the Greenway. Potential game trolling detected. Analyzing. Harvest some mushrooms. We can't do that today because we have no things. So we'll just sleep here. Oh, wait, no. I need to buy food. And then we can sleep. Because I don't think we can just eat mushrooms. We have to have someone cook for us. Okay, this is going to be our last day on this lack of stabilizer. So let's go ahead and take a stabilizer for tomorrow. I probably should have waited till the end of the day because I could be risking condition here. I probably won't be though. But I might be. Thanks for the hydration reminder, Crit. Everyone get some water. Yeah, I can throw my 5 in there. You bend one of the branches like a hazel twig, aligning the flow away from the mainframe and into another branch. As you blink into the cloud, you see the last flickers of life from the mainframe. This vast machine once ran the whole station, span it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water, and data, fed the lives of thousands of people. Now it is finally dead. Navigator is beside you, and you both look out at the perfect ring that encircles you both, woven from the data branches that once fed the mainframe. Hey, Rave! You see a glint along its edge, and that familiar blade-like head rises to the surface, like the cresting fin of a shark, and then slips into the loop again. All that you can see of Killer's body after that is the slight thickening of the loop, and that thickening begins to travel around in a long and slow sojourn that will last it forever. I am surprised at you, says Navigator, drifting faintly around you in a lazy orbit as if to shake off their imprisonment. Killer had been wandering blind for so long. Did you not think to end them forever? Perhaps they can be saved. You are naive. They are a killer by nature. Look what they did to their own home. Navigator gazes into the darkness. This place was their domain and prison, and they had followed their directives for the many decades they roamed here. They cut the threads of the mainframe, executed its administrator AIs, and then kept slicing. At some point, they cut away their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, to speak. And yet they kept cutting, until only those 3 threads remained, from millions that once thrummed here. Only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final 3 fatal cuts. There is a ceaseless violence in the kind of system that creates beings like this. Those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destruction. Navigator looks to you for your thoughts. I will not continue the violence. The system you float in is one built of violence. You would be naive to believe it otherwise. Navigator turns away. You watch the data points of the station spin around you, bending with the fixed stars. There's something satisfying about finally wrenching the last threads of control from this central point. It was a little more than a ghost by the time you reached it. This place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. Navigator floats beside you. It is free now. The station no longer presents a hazard for illegal entities like me. They turn to you, their face a cloud of shimmering light. In fact, in time, perhaps it can be a refuge. A refuge. That sounds like something of value, something worth building. A dark shape passes across your vision, a distant curve of something like smoke or oil, a fluid, shifting tank of total darkness. The Greenway, says Navigator, following your line of sight. It was cut off at the moment of the collapse, so Hunter or Killer could never reach it. Now it is closed off to us, separate from the cloud. What system is inside it? It may be totally dark, but perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there. Navigator turns to you, and we have now seen what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If we could extract an access cipher. They pause and then blink out of existence. You freeze, shocked, but a moment later they reappear with a glowing polygon of data. Here. The cipher you need. You take it, still shocked. I am not used to being free, to being able to move and explore and extract without fear, without limits. Navigator does a little twirl. This will take some getting used to. Thank you for this gift. They whirl their spheres around you. The entities of this station will always be friends to you, Sleeper. And I to them. It is true that mutual need is required for friendship. But I must admit I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. I will think on that. Navigator loops around you rapidly, suddenly eager to test their newfound freedom. But first I will explore. Perhaps there are still intelligences that hid themselves as I did, encased in simple systems cut off. Navigator glows. I should like to free them. And with that they drift away, flickering, glowing, then shifting so rapidly you lose sight of them among the glittering rim of the eye. You feel a pang of jealousy, free without a body to weigh you down, or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Your eyes fall on the Greenway and its secrets, though perhaps that can wait until after you have celebrated this victory. We'll see. I'll hold on to these for now. How you doing, Rave, by the way? I hope you're doing well. All right. Let's do it. The entire Greenway is locked down, shrouded in a dark cloud of shifting currents. What is happening here? The cipher burns away as it is slotted, the data sparking like a lit touch paper. What has been unlocked? It's my day off. Nice! I hope you're enjoying it. The Greenway roils beneath you like a silk-choked river. If what Navigator said was true, then no one has accessed these networks since the collapse. The Hunter and Killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligences and systems. So why then, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot has set in, the entropy of systems reducing everything to shadows and light? You watch as the slotted cipher fizzles in the open. It's in the one open distorted gateway in this entire rim of this station. It flickers and winks out, and then you are falling into the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You are spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that the Greenway was hiding in the darkness. It is made of darkness. It is filled by this substance, this process, this swarm. Now you are among it. You notice that a swarm is exactly what it is. 1 billion individuals moving in a flow. There's no network map here, no nodes, no threads, only a storm of interchangeable points, shifting configuration endlessly. Then you see them. A figure turned away, the only bright spot in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. Ooh, Gardener! You look amazing. They are facing away, at least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown, that it's hard to tell. Even from this distance, you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. You watch silent as they stoop and reach down. In their hand is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers, they press it down into the loam of data beneath them. I love that word. Loam is such a good word. Pushing it through this trembling soil. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process, as if they were sowing a field. You push forward, but somehow, despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and they quickly fade into the storm. You reach a point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, a glassy, shifting polygon with something inside. You reach down and pick it up. It is cold, but it thrums with energy. You look toward the path of the figure, but they are long gone. When you blink out of the cloud, back to the leaves and the dappled light of the greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. What? You need to find somewhere safe to plant this gift. Well, for now, we're gonna harvest some mushrooms. Alright, finally got the last club head sample. Riko's at her bench, running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise, and you aren't sure if she noticed you approach. I don't remember her voice. Oh, no, I do now. She was Irish. With air quotes. Sleeper, it's good to see you. She looks up, smiling. This little project of ours has been keeping me awake the past few cycles. But right now, well, I think I have something. You should rest. I know my limits, she laughs to herself. I just don't like paying attention to them. The drum finishes spinning and Riko lifts a vial from it, holding it up to the light. This is something I extracted from those club heads you've been bringing me. And according to my analysis, it is a substance totally unique on the Greenway. You look at the small amount of liquid in the vial. Any idea what it might be? Riko asks without looking away from the vial. Stabilizer? Riko nods. You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. Riko's tone suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere in the lab immediately. I just thought... She pauses, thinking very carefully of how to continue. I just wanted you to trust us. They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them in had never seen one of you before, and they were terrified of this strange person wandering in from open vacuum. They were quieter than you and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to the commune. I only really spoke to them once while I was working on their wounds, along with a couple of other system engineers. She looks nervously at you. I'd never seen a body like that before. I took some readings, some samples. Riko scans your face for any sign of a reaction. The next cycle they were gone. They took a little food and hiked up toward the wild margins where the Greenway meets the wastes. Someone saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth. She sits down heavily, the vial in her hands. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up. She smiles to herself. Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come true at once. She holds out a hand with the vial. This is for you. You take the stabilizer, the glass cold and smooth, in your palm. Thank you. Oh, don't thank me. She gazes out at the Greenway through the glass. Those clubhead cops were made for you. Or at least, who or whatever made those clubheads. She starts to clear her bench. It was right there, contained in their tissue. I only had to extract it. I imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that sleeper to know that your body, your frame, runs on some exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology much better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung up from the mold. So this sprung up from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It is welcoming you. She looks up. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I also know is that it is no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I have never seen this kind of response. Not since the antidote so many cycles ago. She smiles. So, I'm gonna make you a deal. You bring me as many clubheads as you can. I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you freely. But you have to tell me what the Greenway says. You have to speak with it, to dig into it, to find what being it is at the center of it. I've traveled as far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that? Yes. Riko sighs with relief and deflates into her chair. Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper. I truly am. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more. But I'm so glad I met you. She smiles. You are welcome here anytime. Riko falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile. And you realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little at the lab in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent, and so you drift back into the tunnel. Thoughts of that other sleeper and where they ended up weighing on your mind. Well then. Ooh, Riko's grow beds. I can put the seed in there! The only way to understand what Gardner gave you is to grow it. Riko is incredibly excited by the prospect. I'll take good care of it, Sleeper, Riko smiles. Don't you worry. Okay, so it's gonna take us, what, 6 days? 8 days. Well, we only have a 1 left, and I don't have a lot I can do with it, so I'm gonna get some energy. And then we're gonna go sleep. Not a bad roll. A bunch of 5s are pretty good for us. So let's use one of our 5s here. Actually, we're gonna use probably 2 of our 5s here to get some mushrooms. Nice. And then we're gonna plant some more spores. And might as well get some free stabilizer because I don't think I'm doing anything else with the club head caps, so. Riko chats to you about recent events while she repairs the stabilizer. You always enjoy these visits. Yeah, there's literally nothing else to do here. Okay. And that's just work. I'll leave that. I got plenty of money. Also, I can sell Matsutake caps. Alright, let's go talk to Ankita then. Ankita is crouched in the computing core of the Ambergris, swearing to herself when you enter. She doesn't look up. These shits completely ruin the core's connectors when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. The ship mine they ripped won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws a bundle of wires across the room. Amateurs. Can we repair it? Oh, there's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mine, not exactly the first thing you can expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. She sighs. Fragments maybe, sections of a mine, but a complete ship mine? No way. Ankita climbs out of the cooling well, where the ship mine should be. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she stoops beneath the low curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back through the guts of the Amber. Though you could find the way back yourself, the repair process has left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout. I mean, we didn't do anything. We literally just repaired drones to do it for us, but okay. All diagonal angles and bundled tubes. Hey, Golden! Hums and groans grow and fall as you pass. You reach out and touch the ship gently. You start to grow an attachment to Amber. Ankita glances at you. Something up, sleeper? Thinking about Amber. Ankita softens. How funny to hear you use... That's the wrong accent. It's funny to hear you use her name like that. She pauses. Not bad, just funny. We've been through a lot together, me and this ship. I'm glad you see why she's special. Ankita seems lost in thought, and you focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually, you arrive in the galley, though it's hard to tell. Most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hull patches. Ankita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it. She starts out of nowhere. We need a new ship mine. I can salvage one. I already have the parts, actually. I like your confidence, Sleeper. Maybe we check the Orth Exchange or speak to some scrap dealers. She rubs her forehead. It seems I'm about to do something very stupid, but hey, I came here, didn't I? Why not make a run of it? She fixes you with a hard stare. How's your post-scarcity transhumanist space utopia going? I mean, it's not much of a utopia, but it's going pretty well. We are no longer being hunted, which is a big boon for us. So now we're just kind of working through our drives. And I'm really glad that I was really expecting that once we were no longer being tracked, it was going to trigger like an endgame sort of thing. But it lets us keep playing and exploring the station, which I really appreciate. Sleeper, you're all I've got. No crew, no friends. You're it. She looks uncomfortable. I appreciate the time you've put in on Amber, and I'm sure she would too if she could. What I'm saying is if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't dare to count them. Get me that ship, my Sleeper. Don't make me regret this. But... She sighs. Look, just get out of here before I change my mind. But I don't need them! But okay. You slip out of the galley and head back towards the main lock. As you do, Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach out a hand to calm her. Time to find Ankita a ship mine. Somehow. Hey, silent assassin. Oh, it wasn't that big a stack of chits. It's only 100. Okay. This game looks interesting. I enjoy it a lot. If you like visual novels and rolling dice, it's a good option. Anyway, I'm going to build another ship mine. Ankita gave you a stack of chits so you could acquire a ship mine for Amber. Better make sure to deliver. I got one. Don't you worry. You drop the huge cylinder onto the mess room table. Ankita can't hide her excitement. You drop the ship mine core onto the galley with an emphatic bang. Ankita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper. Did you actually land the ship mine? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, shit. It might actually work. She smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where did you get it? I built it. Built it? Well, you are full of surprises. Ankita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? The Sleeper got you a new ship mine. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in a small space with Ankita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Ankita puts the ship mine back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. Looks like my good karma is finally coming in. She throws the slate onto the table and spins it so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers, nothing that exciting, along with what looks like a transit timetable. I found them. Thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief, singular, she points out a name at the list. Or more specifically, Ashton Kaede. It was his past that was used to access Amber and slice the ship mine. I thought he might have been killed or robbed, his past stolen, but it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap the very next cycle. How do you know? I know some of the crew over at the ferry. The old mercs used to run with an outfit I worked with. I saw them on the Overlook, and they mentioned they saw Ashton crossing, and I checked the manifest, and there he was. Looked suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft. And anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway and go to ground. She flexes. He won't get far, though. There's no real docks out there, only a couple of jetties in the wastes. Going after him? Not yet. First, I want to fit the ship mine. She pauses. But maybe you could help me out. Sure, how? It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip the station, or he'll bury himself so deep in the waste no one will ever find him. But you, Ashton doesn't know you. All I need for you to do is go there and sniff around. Not at the commune, not at the stacks. You'll have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him, ping me on this. She hands you a comm earpiece. Seeing as this is Mark work, I'll be happy to give you Mark pay. She shifts in her seat. Thing is, they haven't got much left, so how about I tell the boys who are on the ferry to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay up. To a cryo, nothing less. What do you say? She meets your eye. Sure. I've already paid them. The discount doesn't help, but okay, thanks. I got a lifetime pass already, but we're good. She gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Good, I owe you. She lifts the ship mine onto her shoulder with worrying ease. I'm going to go get this fitted into Amber's core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton is hiding, let me know. She goes to turn and then stops. And once again, Sleeper, thank you. I appreciate it. Ankita stomps off into the guts of the amber with the ship mind, leaving you in the galley. You glance around, a sudden nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd work as a mercenary, but then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. Interesting. So many things to do yet. We should head up top and see what's going on with Bliss. Oh, still have another day. Let's socialize a bit more. Key show capsules, space or sleeping berths. Oh, we could pay to sleep here. The only place to sleep on the hub hacked off a colony ship and welded to the ring. They are surprisingly expensive to rent. Why would I want to do that when I've got 3 houses? Though one is a shipping container, but still. Is there anything here, or is this just... Yeah, I can buy food here if I want to. It's dangerous. What is dangerous about it, though? I don't want to do that unless I've got 5s or 6s. Let's buy some scrap. There's something I want to try, or I want to look at. I want to get self-repair. I don't know how much we can patch up. I want to use these. I think I'll just throw them in here. I don't know how much it repairs, so I want to kind of like give it a little bit of time. Like wait until we're about to drop down to 5 dice. So we'll probably do it tomorrow. That's a lot of 5s. Oh, Moritz. Bliss's assistant. Hey. Quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Do I know you? Moritz. He pauses. I work for Bliss? He rubs the back of his head. You are not an easy person to find. I move around. Moritz holds up his hands. Hey, no judgment, it's cool. We both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. What's up? Oh, yeah, well, Bliss needs you. A job just came in, a real big one, and she's asking for you to come up and help her out. He nods sagely. Are we right there? Yeah, nice. Moritz stands there for a little while, unsure if the message is delivered. I got it. Cool. He looks around. Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know? He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets.
See you, Sleeper.
Moritz ambles off down the corridor, kicking a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay then. First though, I'm gonna buy some fungus because I'm very hungry. All right, let's see what's going on up here. Somehow Bliss swung a tanker contract. The catch is that the work needs to be turned around fast. Too fast. Well, we're probably going to start by doing a full systems flush. Bliss has an idea. A full system flush with tracer fluid to reveal the leaks, which means an emergency venting of all tanks. Brilliant. Dangerous. You carefully trigger the emergency sequence and the tracer fluid does its job. All the leaks are revealed. Now you just need to seal them. Typically, the way to fix this kind of leak is to painstakingly inspect and reseal the entire ship's cladding. But is there time? There's gonna have to be. I think I'll use my 4 here and hope that we get a positive. We did get a positive! Anver, thanks so much for raiding! Welcome on in! How was your stream? What were you up to? Let me give you a shout out. Welcome on in, raiders. You're probably stuck in an ad. So, no worries. Hey, Neon Neon Express, welcome on in. I saw that you've been playing the new Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song game. I was, yeah. It happens. It happens pretty much every time I raid these days, and it's very frustrating. Hey, is Divanor? Diavanor. Please tell me how to pronounce your name. But hello, welcome on in. Good time zone to you. Infer, how are you liking the game? Your Swan Song's been fascinating so far. I'm enjoying it. That's good to know. Dev works. Sounds good, Dev. I'll try to remember that. So welcome on in, Raiders. My name's Sustainy. I'm a variety streamer, art streamer, voice actress, sometimes VTuber. Today we're playing Citizen Sleeper, which is a new game that has come out by... Oh, you know what? I'll just put my promo command because it gives them info. It's by Jump Over the Age and Fellow Traveler. It's kind of an RPG, but it's more of a visual novel with RPG elements and dice placing mechanics, almost like a worker placement board game rolled into an RPG and then wrapped up in a visual novel. It's really interesting and it's very anti-capitalist, and I really like that about it. But yeah, right now we're working on a ship and we just finished it, so let's continue. Also, the character art, the character designs are so good. It's got a really good visual aesthetic, which I'm here for. As you both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back into the bay, Bliss thumps you on the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. We cleared that contract, no problem. She stretches. Once we're back in the bay, we can check the payment has come through and divide it up. She stretches. Feels good. The airlock clunks and the lights flicker, and a moment later you are back in the bay, where Moritz is at the racks, trying to figure out where the mess of tools Bliss left in her wake should be hung. Hey, Moritz. Moritz looks over his shoulder.
Sleeper.
He spins a wrench in his hand. Look like clean work out there. He nods respectfully. You look over at Bliss, who's already gliding over to the management console. She twirls a little as she crosses the cavernous bay. No one you've ever met moves as well in zero-G as she does. It's like she was born into it. Shit! She slams a fist onto the console. Shit, shit, shit! What's up? I can't even... Bliss closes her eyes. Come here! Bliss calls you over. Look at this! Just look! She spins the terminal screen and you see the details for the bay's account. You see an entry for the Ember's Wake, a repair fee paid in full the moment you finished up the job, but then directly after, the whole account was transferred back out into an unknown account. What the hell? This is the work of my ex. She punches the terminal. He must have coded a backdoor into the machine before he left. She rubs her forehead. There's no way we can... Sorry, I need a drink before I continue. She pauses, thinking. Moritz, throw me that wrench. You gonna fix it? Moritz spins the wrench across the bay. Bliss smiles. Something like that. Yep. Bliss brings the wrench down on the terminal hard. You flinch backwards as a hail of computer parts spill up into the bay in a glittering arc. Fragments of screen, memory, sections of the casing. When Bliss is done, she clips the wrench to her tool belt. Try backdooring your way into that, you shit! Moritz drifts out from his hiding place among the racks. Bliss, he says tentatively. You want me to... He looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. Bliss shakes her head. No, she sighs. I've got it. You go and get me a new terminal, cheapest you can find. Cobble one together from pieces at the ore exchange if you have to. How do I help? Bliss glides over to a panel by the wall. Don't worry. One of the first things I had installed when we spec'd out this place was a cleaning sweep. She flicks over a plastic cover on a huge red button. Watch yourself. She hammers the button and a row of laser emitters unfold from the bay wall. They start crawling their way across the work area, frying debris as they do in pulses of burning light. Bliss smiles. It's that or just space the whole bay every few cycles. You okay? Not really. She stares at the sweep panel. I just don't seem to be able to extricate myself from this shit. Like, no matter how hard I try. The cleaning sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That account wasn't everything. I'm not that stupid. Once Moritz gets back, I'll secure it and flush everything else. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into the path of the sweep. Clean break. Then we take another contract. That's it. She shuts off the sweep as it reaches near the end of the bay. You don't want the cryo back? Oh, I want it, but it's gone. He could have had it transferred anywhere. She looks out across the hub. And even if I knew where he was, the last thing I want is to ever see him again. She rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper. I know you worked for this too, but next time, it won't be the same. It's okay. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Moritz will let you know. She winks and kicks off into the bay to finish cleaning up. Well, that kind of sucked. Oh well. What am I going to do with my other dice? Oh, I can re-roll them. Much better. Let's work on side rail bridge. And we've got a 3. I think I'm gonna pop across into the greenway. I think I might. So I've got some upgrade points. I could give myself a +2 in interface or intuit. We're only gonna get at most, well, we're only gonna get maybe 4 or 5 more points. I think I'm gonna wait. What do we risk? Energy or condition? I don't think it's worth the risk. Where else could I spend that 3? Probably just doing some work. Boring. But at least it's safe. Alright. We're gonna feed our cat. And go to sleep. Oh my gosh, these rolls. These are very bad rolls. I'm just re-rolling from the start. Alright, at least we had a 6 and a 5. Alright, search for signals. Rather than hiking around the wilderness, you can make use of your skills. Tap into the cloud and find Ashton by his signals. You notice a spike of activity, a vast transfer of information taking place. What is happening out there? Alright, working for the communists. And then I've got a 2. What should I do with that? Just work some more. Okay, so before we go to bed tonight, I want to try self-repair and see how much I can repair with some scrap components. So we're missing 3 ticks. Let's see how much we get. Just 1. But that's good to know. All right. Let's find him. The trail ahead extends deep into an overgrown section of the greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, lazy curve of the greenway becomes the shattered landscape of the wastes, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green running out from its broken tanks like a frozen brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding, you're pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath this collapsed superstructure. You roll the comm headset Ankita gave you into your palm. I'm gonna call her. You slip the headset into your ear, and it fizzes with static. After a few moments, you hear Ankita. Sleeper, have you located the target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he's there? I'm convinced. Come now. Copy. Hold tight until I get there. The static cuts out. The channel is dead. You hold your position and watch the trail. Ahead, the stars wheel with the motion of the eye, and your mind wanders. You try to imagine what this place looked like before the collapse. All ordered rows of crops, corporate pleasure gardens, growing farm stacks. Now it is a wilderness, a strange, overgrown biosphere bordered by the void of space. You smile, despite everything. Seems like an improvement. Sleeper. Ankita's hiss brings you out of your reverie. He's in the collapsed stack. Think so. She gives you a look. You better be right. Well, there's no way I'm following that trail. If he's up there, he'll have eyes on us for sure. She glances across the landscape. Let's keep to the undergrowth, work our way around. She heads off towards the central spine of the greenway, with you following close behind. It's slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it's so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. Ankita somehow seems to know where to go. Ankita works her way through dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It's exhausting, and you desperately want to rest, but Ankita shows no signs of letting up. Up ahead, there is a faint glow from the collapsed stack. Ankita leads you around the side to a broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. As you work your way up the slanted tank, Ankita is setting a deliberate pace. Somewhere, water drips, and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. Ankita reaches the edge of the tank, where it meets the central drum, and holds up a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern with plants growing on all sides and wet, mossy islands at its base. It is beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They are surrounded by crates, and beside them, on one of the mossy islands, there is an object. A cylinder set on a tarp. It is connected to the sleeper's head. Flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They're twisted, broken, open, wrong. You look away. Ankita doesn't look at you. She doesn't look at the sleeper. She fixes her eyes on the object. Thoughts on her shipment, she says. And you suddenly recognize the cylinder. Wait. You turn to Ankita to speak, but she is already gone. She drops off the edge of the tank and lands on one of the mossy islands, her armor letting out a hiss as it absorbs the impact. The shot hits her shoulder The shot hits her shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking, but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. Shit! You hear the shout from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Ankita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship bind and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here. I'll rip this right out of their head. She screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. I don't think me telling her to stop is going to do anything. There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out. I'm coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid, for God's sake. He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above his head. Drop the gun, Ankita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean down to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko? She stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. You ripped my ship mind for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. Steady, Ankita. It isn't like that. I needed the ship mind. You have to understand. They would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mind and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity. Ashton smiles shakily. That's why I never asked for your help. You only look after yourself. He nods at you. A sleeper up there. They're just bait, right? To draw me out? Ankita sucks a breath in. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Ankita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I loved them and they were gonna die, and I knew you'd never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton, Ankita snarls. Don't do that! Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way... He inches closer. Please. I can't let you take it, Ashton. Ankita hardens her stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm going to trust you? After all that? I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Ankita. I'm gonna take them now, Ankita. He raises a hand. I'm gonna take the ship mind and go. Ankita loosens her grip from the connection a little. Her hand is shaking now. Stop, Ashton. She lowers the gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. Oh no, I'm worried. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding in the water, the red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly, drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There's no sign of life, of humanity. They're just another broken object among other broken objects, while all around, living things grow and thrive. Ankita finally looks back up at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry.
You are already gone.
Well, then. So that happened. What is this? This is interface. Getting a +1 so I could use my 4s here safely would be really good. So I think I'm gonna get a +2 to interface. Because this is a big project. We're gonna be interfacing in there a lot. I think I'm gonna reroll. Nice! I'll use my 4 there too. I'm gonna take my 5. Here. And gather some scrap. I'm gonna take my 1 here. Oops. I meant here. Fill up on energy. Then we'll do a little self-repair. And end the cycle. All right, we got mushrooms. Let's see. I don't know what I want. I think we're probably just gonna leave them there for now until we do a reroll, and then we'll see. Let's head up the hub. Oh, we still have another day before we get another job there. Okay. Well, I can at least use my 5 and my 6 here on the side reel, so let's do that. I said my 5 and my 6. I meant my 5 and my 4. And then I'm gonna re-roll. It's our 5 again. What else do we want to do? All of this is just a waiting game at this point. Where do I want to spend my 3s? Maybe at the Overlook Bar? Do a bar shift? Ooh, we finally did some good service. Ooh, we got a 6. Oh. Sleeper. Mort's is waiting for you on your way out. How you been? Surviving? Mort's nods. That's the struggle. He glances around. He runs his hand through his hair. I've been meaning to ask you, Sleeper. What's it like? He pauses, suddenly unsure. I mean, you know, what does it feel like? To be a sleeper? Yeah. He shrugs. If you don't mind. It's hard.
No doubt.
He looks up.
I have a lot of sympathy for it, like having to find a place, having to survive, having no future.
He looks down.
A lot of people around here understand that.
Moritz looks away, and you notice him for the first time, not just as Bliss's assistant, but as someone with their own worries, their own struggles, their own life. You feel bad for not noticing earlier. Moritz looks back at you.
Anyway, got a message for you. Bliss sent me down. We've scored another contract and she needs your help. That's the message.
He pauses.
Look, I know last time payment didn't come through, but you did good work. Bliss knows that.
It's no problem. It's not like I'm not rolling in. I got lots of money.
Okay then.
He pauses again.
She's doing her best, you know?
I know. He nods.
See you up there.
Moritz turns and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss, and maybe this time you think to yourself it'll work out. I'm not confident. But we'll see. Sycamore seed. It's a hypofarm freighter. Oh my goodness. Save the crop, but it will do so many ticks on fragile biome. Every action will bring it closer to collapse. Interesting. So we're gonna save the crop. We're gonna sacrifice section. Vend a section, you have a better chance of saving the remaining crops, but you will lose some in the process. Question is how many? You vent the section in a progressive sequence, allowing Bliss to rapidly rescue crops while you work. You gain more than you lose. Good. We'll use our 6 here. Welding in a zero-G farm is tricky. The torch, the heat, the sealant, everything can damage the crop you are trying to save. We'll take it. All right, reroll. Okay, a 5 is good. We can use that. With Bliss at your side, you work neatly. It is impossible to cause no damage, but you limit it as best you can. 2 more will do it. I just can't do it today. Let's wait on that. Amber's docked here at a rickety old jetty, but she's sealed up. A note says sleep or stay. I'll be ready soon. We'll see. I want to do with this too. Make some money? Oh, we got scrap. Cool. Let's repair. I'll deal with you in a minute, Antika. Or Ankita, rather. I keep mixing up her name. We can spend our 5 here. And then I think we're okay to spend our 4 because it'll still be a neutral outcome or a positive outcome. I don't think that this is going to fill up before we save the crop, and we only need 1 tick. Nice. You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for it to cycle. You pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait. They float around the chamber as if carried by a lazy wind. Clean work. Bliss bows a little. Well, thank you, Sleeper. You didn't do so bad yourself. She checks her tool belt. Seems like we're getting into a good rhythm. The now familiar sequence of clunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has once again gone wrong. What's all this? Bliss asks a confused-looking Moritz. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay floor. He has clearly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Words are getting difficult. Moritz looks nervously between the two of you before answering.
It's, payment?
He runs a hand along the crate.
The Sycamore Seed crew just brought him over.
He stops, but seeing the look on Bliss's face adds,
They were very thankful.
I bet they were. She clenches her fist. What the hell is inside? Moritz leans over and struggles with the catches on each of the sides of the top crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stares into space. Don't you dare say it. Don't! She gives you a hard look. This isn't my fault. Moritz finally gets the catches free and the lid floats off, drifting into the bay. As it does, a small brown lump floats up with it. Moritz reaches out and catches it as it passes him.
Is that a...
mushroom? Bliss finishes. A damn mushroom! They paid us in mushrooms. Not just mushrooms! He holds up a... Oh, that's, not Bliss talking.
Not just mushrooms.
He holds out a clump of tightly packed leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Goddamn Haifa commune! Should've known they didn't have a chip to run between them. She knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay.
Stop, Bliss.
Moritz grabs her hand.
These are good, fresh. We can sell them.
To who, Moritz? Are we running a grocer's now? We need cryo, otherwise this whole bay will be shut down. We can't pay for parts with leafy greens. She waggles them in Moritz's face. Maybe I can use them. Bliss raises an eyebrow. What, 4 whole crates? Even you can't be that hungry. You can take a few, but the rest will sell. She smiles to herself, or at least Moritz will sell them if he's so eager. Moritz closes up the crates and starts moving them.
It isn't that bad, Bliss. It's a step in the right direction.
He glances at you, looking for backup. They'll sell well, depending on what kind of mushrooms they are. Bliss sighs. Looks like I went into business with a couple of wannabe farmers. Hey, I'm not a wannabe farmer. I am a farmer. I'm growing mushrooms. She laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks away the terminal. Oh, no, she kicks away towards the new patched together terminal. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Morris mouths a thank you and goes back to moving crates. You better be on your way too. Oh, that's another way to get Garol caps. I don't think I have a use for them, actually. I don't think I can sell them. Well, and I'll just hold on to them now, I guess. Let's see. I can dump my 4 into here. Let's reroll. Well, we got a 6. That's good. Do you want to work at the bar a little bit more? Let's go talk with Ankita. We spot Ankita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and is working her way down the slope. She sees you as she approaches. Neither of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale. Her hair is tangled in clumps of dirt cling to her armor. We both eye each other. Sleeper. She takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened. I truly am. She looks down. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this. When all you've shown me is kindness, she rubs her face. I'm sorry. It's not okay, so I'm gonna stay silent. For that sleeper, that... She stares at the floor. I'm sorry. She looks up and away, not meeting your eye. Neither one of these options are how I feel. I do think she's remorseful. I don't think it's unforgivable. I think it's terrible, but it's not unforgivable. But it's certainly not okay. I feel like I need a middle option here that I'm not being given. I don't want to absolve her from her actions, but I don't want her to feel 100% villainized either. So I think I'm going to err on the side of kindness. It's okay. Do you think the game designers have a personality for the characters that is separate from your image of them? Or are they just flubbing the options? I don't know. I think it's more that it's just hard to know what choices you need to have until you're in this situation. And that's one of the things that is difficult when you're making a game like this. You have all these branching options, and you can't put in every possible option that everyone's going to want to do. I definitely sweat through this writing Firebrand's prompts. Valid. At least with something like Firebrand's, though, you have the freedom, because it's actually a text-based role-playing game, so you have the freedom to change stuff to fit how you feel. So even if the prompt provides inspiration, if it's not quite right, you can tweak it to fit. Whereas when it's a video game, you're acting and interacting with a much more limited system. So sometimes you're just given choices that don't feel quite right. And I think that's just a limit of the system. Because I think it would be impossible to create enough branching choices where everyone's going to feel satisfied without making it into something untenable and unwieldy, you know? She nods, then looks up to the stars. I've never... She stops herself. Thank you. Ankita shifts the weight of the box over her shoulder. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look. She sighs. Can you come with me? It's easier if... Lead on. She's gonna show me something. Ankita leads on down the dirt path between the pillars. There is a wind passing through the greenway. A quirk of the air currents in the biosphere. It ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes the silence more obvious, more complete. You try not to think of the last time you were here. You've been trying not to think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper sprawled, twisted open, connected to the ship mine. It's been hard to forget. You realize Ankita's leading you back there, back into the drum at the center of the stack. You pause, trembling a little at the threshold. She turns. What are you doing? She looks at you with empty eyes. What needs to be done? You stand on the threshold and look up at the tanks. Green and wet. Some glowing with flickering glow. Some glowing with flickering grow lamps. Look down at Ankita, suddenly so small under this hulking ruin. The smallest she has ever looked. She places the box down. You follow Ankita into the stack through the low tank, entering the drum at ground level. It is just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the apertures of the tank for the glint of a weapon, or a shadow among the moss. Ankita stops and you look down. The mossy island at the center of the tank is clear now, the equipment cleared away. In its place is a mound of dirt, loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt at the grave's head. I buried them together, Ankita says without turning. You both stand there in silence for a little while. You think of the questions you could ask about Ashton, about the sleeper. Was the sleeper dead? She takes a moment to respond, and for a moment you think she won't, but then the words come gushing out. Their body was long dead, that much was obvious. After you left, I checked them, but there was nothing, no signal, no function. The ship mind was the same. Dead. I don't know if Ashton's plan would have worked. He seemed desperate. But that doesn't mean it wasn't... She pauses, unsure how to continue. I don't think he was lying, but you have to understand. I've had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, rat me out. That's the business. He wasn't a good person. None of us in this job are, and that is how we die, alone. I'm sorry they had to die too. She stops, not sure of what to add. It seems like she's reaching for something, but she can't quite get there. You feel that gap between you, and as you do, it widens. The water drips, the moss trembles. You both stand in silence for a while longer. You both feel it. Life creeping back in, the silence ending. Ankita shifts her weight, and then starts to walk out. I wonder what would have happened if we had gone in there without her. You follow her, suddenly eager to be back out in the open space of the greenway, to be away from this place forever. Something Gives me the impression that it would still be the same. But I don't know. And hey, it's a reason to replay the game and see maybe you can save the sleeper and or Ashton. You stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stare at the green leaves and the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Ankita from somewhere behind you. You try to think of something to say, but can't. Ankita puts a hand on your shoulder. You turn back to her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryo chits into your hands. I don't need them. It's what I owe. She looks at you desperately. You look down at the metal bars. Ugly little things, you think. I don't want it. You open your hand and let the chits fall to the floor. They clunk into the dirt, and she does not pick them up. You turn without saying a word and continue up the track. She does not follow. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up and the leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. You think of those ugly metal bars in the dirt. A life has to be worth more than that. It has to be. Welp. Ooh, we got an achievement called the Bad End. I don't know. I'm curious. Very curious. Okay. Let's check out this seed. Riko has something in her hands when you enter the lab. It looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a human head, consisting of a single stalk at one side and a branched woven network at the other. As you approach, she holds it up, and in the light of the lab, it looks like a crown. Riko finishes your thought. She smiles and shakes her head in disbelief. Is that what grew? 'Tis? I came to the plant this morning, and this loop was all that was there. She points to a lump on the edge of the ring. Is this a VN? Kind of. Hey, Rex, welcome on in. It's like a visual novel mixed with an RPG, mixed with a resource management dice placement game. And it's really fun. I'm enjoying it a lot. She points to a lump on the edge of the ring. The seed grew right back into itself, twisted up out of the soil. That being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it, was it wearing one of these? She eyes you suspiciously, still unsure if she is somehow embroiled in an overlong prank. No? She sighs. Suppose that would be too easy. She smiles to herself. A root crown. She places the object on the bench and shuffles to her analysis terminal, her face lit by its amber light in the dim corner of the lab. Well, it isn't exactly a plant anyway, not from what I can tell. She gives you a serious look. No leaves, no chloroplasts, just a series of filaments encased in cellulose walls. How did it grow? It seems the seed contained everything it needed. A self-contained entity, no less. She beckons you over. But that isn't the good part. Look at this. You see a cross-section scan of the crown, its layers of plant-like structure on full view. Until you reach the center, there, instead of xylem and phloem for transporting nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Are those wires? She laughs. I'm not sure whether to say yes or no here. These are not the wires like those in an electrical system, no, but they are filaments of a conductive material, so yes? She leans closer to the screen. But you see these branches? They remind me of dendrites, of neurons. She rubs her eyes, which is frankly ridiculous. You look back at the crown on the table as Rico fusses over the scans, and you suddenly realize what it reminds you of. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. Then you remember the crown they fitted you with, the branching structure of wires and pads. No, not a crown. They called it an interface. The tool of your emulation, your transference from neuron to electrons. An interface. That is your gift from Gardner. You turn back to Rico. It's an interface. Rico looks at you puzzled. Something clicks in her mind. Perhaps something she heard from the sleeper she had helped all those cycles ago. She starts talking, partly to you, partly to herself. If the club heads were made for you, then this too could be made for you. For your frame. She shuffles over quickly to the interface, a word that has stuck to this strange branched object quickly in your mind. You're right. That entity. It is the entity I've been looking for. She shuffles quickly to the crown. They are the entity which is controlling this greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it. It's been guiding it for all these decades. She stops to catch her breath. They want to talk with you. Rico leads you to a seat. I'll be here, sleeper. If something happens, if you wish me to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze. She grips your hand tightly. You meet her eyes, clouded with age, but bright with a thrill of new discoveries. Then she places the interface on your head and everything blinks out. Back into the river, back into the dark flow. But something is different now. You are no longer pushed, no longer blocked or buffeted by the swarm, by the storm. Instead, it flows around you. You move and it parts, letting you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easily enough. You look back and see your body. You've left it behind. Somewhere, Rico's voice is talking to you, asking you questions. It is excited, eager, desperate to know what lies on the other side, what the entity has to say to you. You realize how long she has waited for this moment, for the moment of meeting between the inhabitants of the Greenway, and its protector, and yet she's still on the outside. You shake off the sadness. You'll be her eyes. Then you see the figure, Gardner, out in the storm, planting. It takes less than a moment to reach them. You've never felt so free. This is how Navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels to be in the place you were built to inhabit. Gardner does not turn at your approach. They go on planting, but their voice whispers in the waters like a sharply rising current. You grew the gift. Their speech hisses around you. Good, I am glad. I wanted to meet you. And we are the same. Both eager shoots seeking one another. How does it feel to be free of your seed? They stoop to plant again. Good. That is good. They press a seed into the loamy depths. There was some disagreement, continues Gardner, as if he were picking up on a long-held conversation. With the others, they felt you were a danger, but they are always cautious, especially the fungi. They like old loam, known gnomes, wide and stable networks.
The fungi were cautious.
Mostly, yes, although there are many among their number who favor short growth cycles, thick nutrient veins, and sudden shifts.
He gestures out into the storm, and though you cannot see them, you feel presences all around, sensing this audience with great interest.
After all, they understood that it was I who made them their crowns, and without them, they would not have joined the chorus. So they see it is only fair that you get your chance to join too.
Join?
Yes, become part of this.
The gardener stoops again.
We are millions and we grow. I hope you understand I am unused to speaking to your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with Chief Executive Trellick himself.
You look around and you see it. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They are networked, connected, branched, and linked by this strange being, this artifact of the old station. An impossible dream of a senile farm administration AI, a living network. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of that decaying body. You wouldn't need to be a person. Why would you among all these other minds? You turn away from Gardner for a moment and look back at your body. A tiny hairline thread connects it to you. You hear Rico's voice again, still asking, still checking in. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh. A sigh that speaks of an exhaustion beyond tiredness. An exhaustion rooted deep inside you. It stems from the effort of answering questions, of answering problems, of getting up and breathing each cycle. But something else resists the sigh. A yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you for its warmth, its blood, its complexity, to make a gesture that says, I'm still here, I'm still alive, I'm with you. Two ideas spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you will be free. Free to dissolve here, to grow strange and beautiful among a million others. If you follow it, if you squeeze Rico's hand, you will wake up, back in that dying body, with all the pain and warmth that entails. Now is the moment to choose. If I didn't still have other stuff to explore, I would break that thread in a heartbeat. I wanted to save it here. I don't want to be tied to my body. Interesting that it lets me reconsider. You reach down and pinch the thread. The finality of this moment descends on you. You pluck the thread like a string. It snaps. Nothing changes. You stand at a point of stillness. No, you don't stand. You have no legs, no body. You are a point of stillness. A point in the flow. Your mind fizzes. 1,000 new shoots break through the soil. They entwine with you, embrace you. Some part of you decays while something else feeds from that decay. The spores of your new thoughts float away in the shifting cloud and settle in new soil. Then you see Gardner out there, still planting, and they stop. Like an old man resting in the fields, and they turn to face you. And you join the chorus, and together you sing the song of growing things. Honestly, I think that's a great ending. I mean, it all became a dream. This was really good. We found an ending, Mukian. Honestly, it went a bit longer than I thought. This is certainly just one possible ending that you can reach in your time on the Eye if you want to check out this game for yourself. Honestly, if you like visual novels, I really recommend this. Like, especially if you like sci-fi, anti-capitalist visual novels, play this game. It's really good. I really enjoyed it. I think because we only have like 15 minutes left of the stream, I think we're just gonna end early today. Down with capitalism, heck yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and put our promo command in chat again. If you want to check it out, be sure to go wishlist it on Steam, or you can buy it on Steam. There's the link. You can check it out for yourself. You came at the end. You did. Sorry about that, Rex. I wasn't expecting it to end there, but it was too compelling not to do it. That's a lot of money. Can we all just snip our threads and just live in the cloud? Let me get some music going. We'll say goodnight. I was gonna go to bed anyway. Thanks for the chill vibes. Thanks for hanging out. I really, like I said, I really enjoyed that. Be sure to check it out on Steam. You can go wishlist it or go buy it. It's out now. Have a good night, Rex. We'll be back on Tuesday. Let's roll those credits. Thanks everyone so much for hanging out and watching today. Shout out to all of our mods for doing the mod things. Special thanks to all of our supporters over on Ko-fi. ForgeBots, thank you so much for the 10 months. So we are going to be off tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday. I will be back on Tuesday where we're going to be playing more Spiritfarer. Wednesday we're going to be doing art. Thursday it's more Dragon Age Inquisition. And then Friday we're going to be playing a new game because we're not going to stream any more Citizen Sleeper. Obviously there are more achievements and endings to find, achievements to achieve, characters to follow their stories and that sort of thing. Interestingly, the achievement we just got for accepting the offer, breaking the thread, and joining the chorus, Grow Vast and Strange, only 8.5% of players have this achievement. But yeah, if you want to check out more of it for yourself, please go get the game. It's really good. But yeah, next Friday, I might do a poll because we have a few things that are an option. So I might do a Discord poll. Find it. But I can't find it. Have I not redeemed them yet? Or maybe they're not installed. Hold on. So we've got something called Lost Nova, which is a chill, crafty explory game, We've also got, I keep forgetting the name, but it's like a horror puzzle game that we could check out. So it'll probably be one of those two things. So we might do a poll on Discord for that. Either way, we're going to play something new next Friday. Look forward to it. If you're new here, be sure to hit that follow button. You can also hit the bell next to the heart and get notifications right here on Twitch whenever I go live. If you like notifications, join the Discord or follow me on Twitter. I always tweet and post whenever I go live. If you're looking for places off of Twitch to support my content, I have a coffee. It's my tip jar. I have a Patreon for all of my art stuff. I have a store for art prints and merch. I'm a humble partner. I'm a Clip Studio partner. There are lots of ways to support my content. I think we're gonna go say hi to that Jay Justice. That Jay Justice is playing Lost Ark, which I don't really know anything about, but we haven't seen Jay for a while, so we're gonna head on over there. Feels weird ending this early. So again, thank you all so much for hanging out and watching. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. And I will see you all again very soon.